Here we go, our first race of the day, race number 17, heat one of 4 heats in Division 1 underway. Beckman, Valencia, Ayala, Great Oaks, San Juan Hills, Rancho Cucamonga, Camarillo, Yucaipa, Anaheim, Santa Ana, Highland, Lancaster, and Summit. Individuals, Daniel Estrada of Montclair, Damian Madrigal of Paramount, and Alucard Cuevado of Westminster, all also trying to move on. So it'll be the first 4 teams by score here today, and then individuals if they finish in the top 6. That means athletes in Heat 2, scheduled to go in just 12 minutes, you should be at the clerk of the course. They are clerking you now. And athletes in Heat 3, you should be making your way over there also. Clerk of the course, once again, bottom level of the parking structure just west of the stadium, right next to the airstrip. And our boys in Heat 1 have now made it into that parking lot M behind Reservoir. Nobody taking the pace out too quickly. Looks like the boys from Beckman right up in that group. They've got 3 in the top 10 there. They're running clockwise around that back parking lot area. They'll head back towards the Stadium Way and the airstrip. The Beckman boys there, the defending state champions in Division 1, out well. Ayala up in there, Valencia, the Great Oak boys also. But it is a large group through the first 800 meters. And we're 4 minutes into Heat 1. They now have left the parking lot. They're on Stadium Way heading back to the airstrip. We'll pass the mile mark in less than a minute. Once again, if you haven't already, download the app, Finished Results, and you can see the scores of the teams and the places of the individual at both the mile mark, the 2 mile mark, and the finish. And we go through the mile at a conservative 4:55, and as we mentioned, there is a large group in that lead pack. In fact, between 4:55 and 4:59, we've got 20 boys all within 4 seconds of each other, trying to divide some of those people up in that front group. Whitcomb of San Juan Hills, Keganap, the sophomore out of Ayala in there, Weber, Wynn, and Barris of Beckman, Calder of San Juan Hills, Franco of Great Oak, Paz, second runner from Ayala up in there, Calder, third runner from San Juan Hills up in there, Estrada from Montclair trying to make it as an individual, Montoya and Areola of Rancho Cucamonga in the top 12, Razo of Ayala, Yucaipa boys of Joyce and Soller running well. Then Sanchez of Great Oak, Enriquez of Santa Ana, his teammate Vinale, Burke of Lancaster, and Norris. That's our top 20 through the mile. Looking at the team score, so through the first mile, our defending state champs Beckman in control at 55 points. Ayala trying to make it through here in Division 1. They're in second at 69. San Juan Hills, they're out well. They're in third right now at 92. Rancho Cucamonga, 95. Great Oak trying to keep that streak alive of making the finals. They're in fifth at 127. Yucaipa 143. That's our top 6 through the mile mark. And once again, only 4 teams will qualify for the final. And our lead group looks like Wynn, Beckman pushing that pace. You can see the Ayala boys up in there also. Gagnap and Paz. But there's about 15 boys now trying to separate a little bit. Just about now making the turn, heading their way on Stadium Way again to the backstretch. We'll get a 2-mile mark on the back of Reservoir Hill. And once again, we will be going races every 12 minutes on boys. So we'll have another race starting here in just about 5 minutes. They'll be following the same path. They figured the schedule out, so we don't have to worry about anybody running into anybody. They'll be coming back, others going out on the course at the same time, but it'll all work out. It always does. CIF done a great job here. Our meet director, Keith Chan, has done a great job of getting this organized. And the folks here with Brian Yokoyama, our event services director here, doing a great job. Everything's laid out well. It'll go fine in our first race underway. And we did pick it up. Second mile's a little bit faster here They're going to go right at just under shade under 10, about 9:55. In fact, right at 9:55. Bryson Kegnap of Ayala has opened up that pace a bit. His teammate Paz running in second with Mason Wynn of Beckman, Ryan Barris. So Ayala and Beckman with 2 of the first 4. Marco Franco of Great Oak has moved up well. He's in 5th now. Daniel Montoya of Rancho Cucamonga has moved up also. He's in 6th at the 2 mile. They were just 6 seconds behind the leader there. Daniel Estrada, trying to make it as an individual, has moved into 8th there. Christian Weber of Beckman gives Beckman 3 of the top 9. And Daniel Soller of Yucaipa, who moved up very well, he's in the top 10 now, as did Diego Iniquez of San Ann. He's in 11th. Jacob Franco of Beckman gives Beckman 4 of the top 12. In that team scoring, Beckman running solid once again. They're comfortably out front with a mile to go. They had, at the 2 mile mark, 40 points. Ayala running in second at 67. Rancho Cucamonga running very well, has moved up into 3rd now at 94. San Juan Hills hanging on to that 4th and final qualifying spot at 111. Yucaipa 134 in 5th, and here comes Valencia. Valencia has moved up 2 spots. They're in 6th there with 135, but they have some work to do. Great Oak trying to maintain that streak. This would be their 17th year of making the Southern Section Divisional Finals if they can make it through, but they'll require a little work. They are in 7th right now at 139. So looks like Beckman solidly in control, Ayala running well, and then it's going to be a great battle with Rancho Cucamonga, San Juan Hills, Yucaipa, Valencia, and Great Oak for those final spots to move on. They're off of Stadium Way now onto the airstrip as heat number 2 has just begun. So heat number 1 coming down on the east side of the airstrip. Heat number 2 going up on the west side of the airstrip, and they will pass, and we'll look for the athletes to enter the stadium here in just a moment. And coming down the airstrip, Kegnap is still in the lead. The sophomore from Ayala running very well. He ran great here at Mt SAC earlier this year, ran 15:16 on the Mt SAC course here. He is running well. He was runner-up in the very challenging Palomares League this year. Here come the boys from Beckman, though, running well. Ryan Barris and Mason Wynn making up ground. Beckman looks to be in good shape to qualify as the first team out of this heat. They are now making the turn and heading into what is traditionally known as Guard Alley. It's the road that leads up to the track. So they're just about 40 seconds from showing up onto the track. And the sophomore from Ayala, Kegnap, running very well, coming to the top of the little hill that leads him onto the track, and he now has 400 meters to go. Wynn and Barris in the white tops with the black shorts from Beckman make that turn in second and third. And coming onto the track, oh my, we are running quick here. We're under 14 minutes, 13:55 with 300 meters to go. Fastest time yesterday was 14:25 by Antonio Aiden of Woodbridge. Wynn and Barris come onto the track in second and third. All right, outstanding effort here. The sophomore from Ayala, Bryson Kegnap, he's going to run a very quick time, going to be sub 15. Wynn and Barris leading Beckman once again. Then the battle for individual spots. So winner of our first heat, Kegnap right at 47. Kaganap was the winner. Wynn and Barris of Beckman, Paz of Ayala. Both those teams with 2 of the top 4. Montoya from Rancho Cucamonga continued to move up. He got 5th. Marco Franco of Great Oak, 6th. Daniel Estrada, oh my, just out. He will finish in 7th there, 15:01. Luis Torra Orala of Valencia moved up 7 spots over that last mile. He finished in 8th. McCary of Beckman in 9th, 15:12. And Soller of Yucaipa in 10th. Franco and Weber of Beckman give Beckman 4 of the top 12. And they are the first team with 5 runners to finish. No team yet has 5 across. This could be a great battle for those 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Valencia moved up very well over that last mile. Oh my, they are all the way up into this spot with Ayala. It's a good battle. Ayala, Rancho Cucamonga, Valencia, Yucaipa hanging right in there. Great Oak and San Juan Hills. And right now, Beckman solidly in. Ayala looks like they're in. And unless things change, Rancho Cucamonga moves up into that top 4. Valencia in 4th. And it looks like Great Oak will just be on the outside looking in 5th. And Yucaipa in 6th. This is dynamic scoring. These are unofficial scores as runners cross the line. As teams finish their 5, it does push other scores either up or down. But right now, Valencia and San Juan Hills are basically in a dead heat for that last spot. And now San Juan Hills pushes 1 ahead. So as these runners finish, this is going to be 1 point separating 4th and 5th in this first heat. And right now it is San Juan Hills with the advantage, and Valencia just 1 point out right now. And pretty much almost everybody is finished. This will be close. But one thing's for sure, Beckman, top-ranked team in the state, moves on. Ayala and Rancho Cucamonga, great race for Rancho Cucamonga, moving up into the top 3 in this heat. And San Juan Hills trying to hang on right there and get that 4th spot. And Valencia looking to see if it can get 1 more point. We'll look at that score. Valencia would have the advantage for the 6th place runner. However, they've still got to get 1 to get that tie. So once again, unofficial scores. Beckman 36, Ayala 88, Rancho 89. Right now, San Juan Hills 113, and then Valencia 114. Individuals that will move on regardless here, certainly. So Ayala and Beckman, they had the first 4 spots. Their teams move on. Marco Franco will represent Great Oak in the finals. He got 5th. And then Daniel Montoya, though, he got 6th, but his team made it. So only 1 individual out of that group, that would be Marco Franco, moves on to the final. And it looks like almost everybody's finished. So looks like San Juan Hills moving on to next Saturday's championship. And we move to the 2nd race of the day, which is boys Heat 1 or Heat 2 into E1. All right, our boys in Heat 2 out a little quicker here. Jay Stelladani of Riverside Poly took us through the first mile right there with Maximo Zavaleta, 2 of the top runners in the nation, running together, leading this heat. And King out really well. King running in 2, 3, 4. That's Zavaleta, Carlson, and Quezada. They're all under 450 at the mile. De La Fuente of Chino Hills in 5th. Lopez and Post of Vista Murrieta in 6th and 7th. Fernando Martinez of La Quinta in 8th. Moriarty of Quartz Hills in 9th. And Grez of Riverside Poly gives Riverside Poly 2 of the top 10. Looking at the team score here, King at 61. San Clemente, the Mt SAC sweepstakes champions this year. That means of all the races in all the divisions, They had the fastest team time. They were the sweepstakes champions. They are currently running in second at 73. Aliso Niguel at 103. Vista Murrieta at 130. Chino Hills 154. Riverside Poly 163. Los Al 174. Etiwanda 184. So lots of room here to maneuver, trying to get in that top four, but looks like King and San Clemente solidly in control of their heat. And heat number 3, once again, teams as you arrive, the clerk of the course is on the lower level parking structure. Want to report there just 30 minutes prior to the start of your race. They'll let you continue to warm up and stretch out. Keep your sweats on. Coaches, good idea to send an athlete with your top 7 there to take their sweats so you can get them over to the finish line for them. We're right now in the middle of heat number 2. Zavaleta and Deladani, 2 of the Inland Empire's finest and the nation's finest, running well here. So they were a little quicker here on the 2 mile than our previous heat. Zavaleta 9:39. At the 2 mile mark, King still running very well with 3 runners in the top 4. San Clemente boys all running together. They are at the 2 mile mark. They were in spots 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16. So they're moving on, just qualifying today. Looking at those other spots though. So King and San Clemente solidly in control. Then Aliso Niguel at 94, Chino Hills 118. They move into the top 4 there. Then Vista Murrieta at 147, Riverside Poly and Los Alamitos all battling out as they come down the airstrip. And the 2 boys from the Inland Empire make that turn. Jace Deladani, the senior out of Riverside Poly, and 14:42 here at Mt SAC in the Invitational, win the Division I individual sweeps. He ran 15:22 up at Clovis, and then Maximo Zavaleta has just been a star for 4 years in the Southern section. He was the Big 8 league champ again for the 3rd time this year. He ran 14:52 at Mt SAC this year. One of the fine 3,200 meter runners in the country last year in track. He comes on the back stretch there, leading King here to a qualifying spot in the next Saturday's championship race. And this will be the fastest time so far coming onto the track. He's at 13:28. 14:25 is the fastest time run so far over the 2 days. Deladani, he's also under 13:40 coming onto the track. These two boys running very well under adverse conditions, not letting them affect them in any way. And two superstars showing why they are the best in the country, Zavaleta and Deladani. Here comes the battle. Oh my, here we go. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, all coming on the track. See the white and black of San Clemente just on a tempo run, picking up the tempo a bit. Speaking of picking up the tempo, this will be the fastest time so far of the first 18 heats over the last 2 days. Zavaleta, a relaxed, if you will, 14:21. Oh my. Here comes Deladani. This will be the second fastest time in the division and one of the fastest times of the weekend so far. Zavaleta's official winning time, 14:21. Deladani, 14:35. And here comes our battle here. They are all for those individual spots. De La Fuente of Chino Hills, he'll get third and move on. Fernando Martinez of La Quinta will get fourth. He'll move on as an individual. And McAdams of Elisa Nagal does not go on. He will. He got fifth. The San Clemente boys, we said they were moving up. They finished 6, 7, 8, 10, 12. And it looks like San Clemente will have moved into the lead here to qualify as the top team here. They are currently the second-ranked team in the state and second-ranked in the division, and have done nothing to lessen that opinion at all, as they will win their heat today. And to give you an idea how fast we're running here, we are still only at 15:40 on the clock, and we've got 40 boys already in. So this is going to be 60 or 70 boys right at 16 minutes here. If you're on the straightaway here, you've got a shot at it. San Clemente, 27 points and a gap of 3 seconds separating 1 through 5. King will get that second spot with 55. And Elisa Nogel, they continue to run well. They look like they're solidly in third. And then we'll see how this plays out. But Chino Hills running well. Looks like Chino Hills will get that fourth spot. Right now they're at 100. So individuals that will move on without their team: Gavin De La Fuente of Chino Hills, Luis Fernando Martinez of La Quinta. They're the only two in the top 6 whose teams did not make it. The teams qualifying: San Clemente, King, Elisa Nogel, and Chino Hills. Just a reminder, as always, those are unofficial until everything has been sorted out and photos have been looked at to make sure everything falls into place. It looks like we've got our qualifiers out of Heat 2. Heat 3 now underway. And our boys in Heat 3 are now coming down the airstrip, so they have made it through the first mile and a quarter of the race. In that lead group, Albert Jacinto of Chaffee, Luke Lopez of Roosevelt, Joaquin Sandoval of Warren. Then we've got Lynn of Santa Monica, Argueta of Hesperia, Warmold of Loyola, La Cambra of Roosevelt, Zamora of Hesperia, Garma of Cyprus, Brady of Loyola. Everybody in there, 4:47 through the first mile. 27 boys within 9 seconds of each other at that first mile. Now starting to spread out a little bit on the airstrip. And Heat 4 of boys scheduled to go at 8:21. You should be at the clerk of the course. And Heat 1 of the girls D1, you should indeed be heading over to the clerk now. And on the team score here, Mira Costa, consistently and continually outstanding. They are the third-ranked team in the state, third-ranked team in the section. The Bay League champions the last 3 years in a row continue to run well. They had 81 points at the mile mark. Trabuco Hills, they're running well. They ran in the Mt SAC Division I team sweepstakes race this year. They averaged 15:46. They have that second spot just 1 point ahead of Roosevelt, and they're 3 points ahead of Warren for those first four spots. Then Loyola, Santa Monica, Chaffee, all right in there, looking for those qualifiers to move on. Mira Costa, though, solidly in control. And now on Stadium Way, the junior from Chaffee, Albert Jacinto, now pushing that pace, trying to move that group along, and our group is indeed broken up a bit there. Jacinto ran 14:50 here at the Mt SAC Invitational. Now we've got a group of four, looks like they've separated. And Jacinto and Lopez. Jacinto from Chaffee, Lopez from Roosevelt, now opening up a bit of a lead, trying to separate that group as they come through the 2 mile, just about to get a 2 mile split here. They go by at 9:43, so we certainly did pick it up. Lopez of Roosevelt, Jacinto of Chaffee, Sandoval of Warren, and then Kingsley Lynn with them of Santa Monica. Argueta of Hesperia trying to make sure he can move on as an individual. Lucero of Warren has moved up very well. He's in sixth. Zamora of Hesperia, Bello of Trabuco Hills, Rios of Fountain Valley, and Desai leading that group of Mira Costa boys up in there. We had 15 boys under 10 minutes at the 2 mile mark. Lopez and Jacinto pushing that pace there. Warren running well. And at 2 miles, Warren and Trabuco Hills running well. And looks like Joaquin Sandoval has pulled himself up into that lead group with Jacinto and Lopez. So the junior from Warren, the Gateway League champion, moving up.
Leaders coming.
And the senior from Roosevelt, Lopez, and the junior from Chaffee, Jacinto, they're now coming south on the airstrip. And here come our leaders, Jacinto of Chaffee, the junior, pushing the pace a bit here. We've had some very fast times in our first couple heats. And that is Albert Jacinto, the black with the pink shorts. Sandoval of Warren, and right with him, Lopez of Roosevelt. Those three coming onto the track at 13:40. Here comes Kingsley Lynn of Santa Monica on the track in fourth. Those boys clearly out front. And Luis Argueta of Hesperia in that fifth and one of the individual qualifying spots. Sandoval of Warren now picking it up, coming down the finish. Jacinto of Chaffee and Sandoval of Warren. And Lopez of Roosevelt, Jacinto with another gear. The Mount Baldy League champion, he's going to win our heat. This will be the second fastest, or the third fastest time of the day. So it goes Jacinto, Sandoval, and Lopez. Jacinto 14:29, Sandoval 14:30, Lopez 14:34. Roosevelt will have two of the top five. Here come the Miracosta boys, all in the green with the yellow stripes. And they're shooting for a team gap of under 1 second, it would appear. There you go, there they are, 5 across. Ranked number 3 in the state, 3 in the section. Needless to say, they have 5 across the finish.
Bruce, did you hear Nick tell you to go over?
But they are the only team so far. This will be a good battle. Roosevelt running very well. Looks like Kingsley Lynn, if Santa Monica doesn't make it as a team, he finishes 4th, he'll move on. And Luis Argueta of Hesperia, he's going to move on as an individual. Trabuco Hills and Warren now join Miracosta with 5 scoring runners across the finish line. And another indication how fast we are. We're only at 16:30 right now. Team-wise, Miracosta at 50, Warren at 62, Tribuca Hills at 63, and Roosevelt at 91. The score is changing a little bit, but those four have separated, so it looks like we have our four qualifiers from Heat 3. Unofficially, it'll be Miracosta, Warren, Tribuca Hills, and Roosevelt, with Santa Monica in that fifth spot, about 40 points back. Loyola, Hesperia, Fountain Valley, Chaffey, Long Beach, Poly rounding out the top 10.
The group is coming.
And if nothing else, this Division 1 Heat 4 is looking interesting here. We're a mile and a quarter into the race, and the lead pack is, well, just everybody in the lead pack. Here we go, just about to make the U-turn, and to say it is close is the understatement of the day. And now, as they head back for the second lap of our rain course, our lead group is down to a tight little group of about 30 as they head by the start line area, now heading for the second half of the course. Everybody's still in it. Redondo, Union, our top ranked team in this division. The top four teams in the state are all in the southern section in Division 1. So Redondo ranked number 4 in the state, number 4 in the section. They ran great here at the Mt SAC Invitational earlier this year, running an average of 15:27. PR City Invitational champions this year, and second to Miracosta in that Bay League final. They are running well. Crescenta Valley ranked number 5 in the state, number 5 in the section. They won the Pacific League again for the 8th time in a row, this time scoring just 15 points in that Pacific League final. They have all their boys up in there. Cajon, the Citrus Belt League champions. Milliken repeating as the Moore League champions also in this heat, with Valley View ranked in the top 12 in the division. So we'll be looking for a finish that will certainly spread out at some point, but right now everybody in it at about a mile and a half. And our group spreading out a bit now. Our lead group is down to about 15 or even 20. And our leaders come by the 2-mile mark. And as we mentioned, everybody's still in that group. So at the 2-mile mark, we still got only, wow. So we go of a group, we've got 30 boys within 12 seconds of each other with a mile to go. So this certainly is not over. Redondo Union, top-ranked team in the division, or in this heat. They're in the lead at 32. Cajon right there at 90. Valley View 102, Downey 107, Crescenta Valley 119, Santiago 138, Milliken 151. So right now I'd have to say Redondo Union with the best chance of moving on. They've got 5 runners in the top 11. Cajon, Valley View, Downey, Crescenta Valley, and Santiago all battling, looking for spots 2, 3, and 4 to move on to the final. And we've been waiting for this moment, and it appears it has happened on Stadium Way, and things are now to spread out as everybody looking to qualify to make sure they get their spot. So our group of 30 boys is now spread out, and our first girls race of the day, Division 1, Heat 1 of girls on the airstrip heading north. Boys coming south in Heat 4. And Redondo, Cajon, and Crescenta Valley, the first teams with 5 runners with a quarter mile to go in that lead group. And now we've gone into a full-blown sprint here with 300 meters to go. Looks like Ramirez of Cajon running well. Guerrero trying to make it as an individual from Downey. Again, individuals have to be in the top 6. Redondo running very well as a group with all 5 of its scores in the top 10. And we'll check on that time. Not entirely sure that that clock is accurate on that race, but we have Ramirez, the winner from Cone, and Guerrero from Downey. Burton of Crescenta Valley in 3rd, Antharaja of Valencia in 4th, Nahada Valley View and Garay of Cajon. That's the individuals in the top 6. And Cajon, Redondo, and Crescenta Valley all did what they needed to do in that last mile. Moved up as a group. They look pretty solid. And right now, Valley View, Downey, Milliken, Santiago, all looking for help to get into that top 4. And in our final boys race there in Division 1, looks like Cajon, Redondo, Crescenta Valley are in, and Valley View holding on to a 4-point lead over Downey for that 4th spot. As teams continue to finish in our live scoring, will move up or down. Valley View now picks up 1 point. They're 6 points ahead now of Downey, so it looks like Valley View will get that spot. And individually moving on, Guerrero of Downey, if the team doesn't move up into that 4th spot, he's moving on. Edwin Antharaja of Valencia, he'll move on individually. And all that's just 2 out of the 6, the others making it with their team.
Now turning our attention over to the girls. We got 4 heats on tap here for the girls, just like we saw with our young men. Top 4 teams automatically qualify on to next week's final. And again, those individuals whose team does not make it, but they finish top 6, they too will be in next week's final. So going through the first mile here of Heat 1, Maricosta, number 1 seed, coming off an impressive showing there at their league finals. And they seem to be doing exactly what their young men did in running in a pack, as we have less than a 1-second gap as they cross that 1 mile gap. Meanwhile, Martin Luther King in that 2nd spot just ahead of Redondo. And we got a great battle here. This should be the most contested for the 4th spot there between Crescenta Valley, Liberty, and Redondo Union. So Elizabeth Jacqueline is leading the charge here with Caden McGlynn of Portola. Elizabeth Jacqueline continuing to lead the charge there with Cadence Manadas of Hesperia, who put on a very fine showing there at the Clovis Invitational. Malia Johnson entered as an individual representing Centennial out of Corona. Also right there with that whole group of Maricosta girls, Ursini, Ritter, Clark, Amy. Natalie Druitz of Martin Luther King also up there as well. But the team battle through the first mile, Crescenta Valley and Liberty in a dead heat, both scored there at 1:17. Maricosta and Martin Luther King at that turnaround at the bottom of the airstrip. They're the first two teams with 5. Martin Luther King coming into the action ranked 8th in the southern section, with Maricosta, of course, moving up to number 1 in the section after their league final showing. Meanwhile, Crescenta Valley ranked number 9, and Redondo Union and Liberty seated there at 16 and 17, respectively. Elizabeth Jacqueline not playing around. She's leading the group for King here. King, who was 5th place last year and qualified for the California State meet. And our young ladies from Maricosta, they were 3rd in 2024. So if you're looking there at your screen there, that's Johnson of Centennial on your right, Manadas of Hesperia on her left. So with our 16 boys teams all in place for next week's Southern Section 4 Cross Country Championships for Division 1. We're right now in the middle of Heat 1, Division 1. Redondo Union looking to also make their way back to the finals. They were 12th a year ago. And Long Beach Poly also in this race was 13th a year ago, while Crescenta Valley, they were 6th a year ago. So some veteran groups in this Heat 1 right now. Crescenta Valley back-to-back state meet appearances the last 2 years. So Jacqueline and Manadas of Hesperia coming across 1-2 through at 11:09. And Malia Johnson of Centennial trying to qualify as an individual. She leads that chase group there. Her friends from Maricosta right in tow. That's Alana Clark leading the way. Isabella, Amy, Mia Ritter, Evelyn Orsini, and Alana Clark. And Maricosta less than a 1 second gap. And their teammate, their number 5 scorer, Kate Peroni, at 11:41. Needless to say, Maricosta with our first group with 5 across at the 2-mile mark. They came through at 11:09 with Jacqueline and Manadas. Manadas trying to qualify as an individual representing Hesperia, and Johnson of Centennial trying to do the same thing. Both girls had to finish in the top 6, and right now they put themselves in that position, respectively at 2, 2nd, and 3rd right now. And King with 5 across, and now Crescenta Valley. They have moved 5 across along with Liberty. And now Redondo Union with their 5th across. So we got ourselves a heck of a race right now with less than a mile to go. There is only 6 points separating our bottom 3 squads there with Crescenta Valley, Redondo, and Liberty. 2 of those 3 squads will move on to next week. Meanwhile, Maricosta and Martin Luther King very comfortable. Maricosta scoring 21 points with less than a mile to go. And Heat 2 underway here in the Division I girls. Meanwhile, Jacqueline continued to do the pacing tours with the 9th grader Manadas of Hesperia. She was the freshman champion at the Inland Empire Challenge last month and went 18:40 at Clovis. So our 2 young ladies going past the gauntlet there at the Mt SAC course. They'll be approaching the stadium soon enough. Meanwhile, Heat 2, Division 1. Our top seeds in Heat 2 are defending state and divisional champs, Trabuco Hills in this heat. Long Beach Wilson, they were 9th a year ago. They're your Moore League champs also in Heat 2. Riverside Poly, Los Osos, and Valencia out of Valencia, along with Ayala, some of our top seeds there in Heat 2, just getting going. Isabella Amy, though, right now spearing that effort for Maricosta, all 5 girls within 10 seconds of each other. And Jacqueline now putting a surge, that little hair there in guard alley, taking that left turn, and now coming into the stadium with 400 meters to go. 9th grader from Hesperia, though, keeping contact and trying to guarantee herself a spot on the next week's finals. And Elizabeth Jacqueline, she was runner-up at the Big 8 League Championships 2 weeks ago, and trying to win Heat 1 here, Division 1. Manhattas, and that's Johnson of Centennial in the middle of that Maricosta group. Isabella Amy leading the charge there, along with Alana Clark and Ursini. And Elizabeth Jacqueline now putting an extra surge in there with 150 to go. Meanwhile, Johnson of Centennial in that crucial 6th spot. She's got to finish top 6 to move on as an individual. So Jacqueline, she's going to be right there. She'll be under... And Jacqueline and Manhattas. Manhattas going to make her way through. Our trio from Maricosta, impressive as always. Always running the best races at the end of the season. And Johnson will get that 6th spot, giving ourselves one more week and an invitation on to next week's finals. Maricosta's number 4 and Maricosta's number 5. So 5 in the top 8. Maricosta single-handedly would have won this race against the entire field. So the quintet of Amy, Clark, Ursini, Ritter, and Peroni all representing Maricosta. Meanwhile, Martin Luther King, they have now seen 2 runners come across, 2 of their top 10. So Maricosta, top seed, number 1 ranked in the division, number 2 ranked in California, and putting on a clinic here to kick off the action, joining their young men in next week's finals. Meanwhile, Crescenta Valley, they are our 2nd squad with 5 across. And now Liberty joining that group there. Liberty right there on the bubble. Coming into the action, seated number 16. And now Martin Luther King with their 5th score. That's going to move them up into that 2nd spot. They came in ranked 8th. And Crescenta Valley securing their spot in that 3rd score there. They are currently at 80. And these scores are fluid and consistently changing as the teams come across. But as we said, that battle for that 4th spot is going to be won. That's going to come down to the wire. Liberty and Redondo Union, only 2 points separating those squads. But safe to say, Maricosta, they're qualifying onward into next week. Martin Luther King, Crescenta Valley. But keep your eyes on Liberty and Redondo. Liberty has the advantage there, having the 5th runner. And going back to Heat 2, they're right in the middle of the race there. Millie Bayless of Trabuco Hills, Anna DeSarmu of Trabuco Hills, again, our California State defending Division I champions from a year ago. Gabriela Loza of Hemet, Alyssa Huerta of Warren, Nadia Mejia of Long Beach Wilson, Olivia Bullenbach of Riverside Poly. They were all up front there. Meanwhile, Skylar Watts of Trabuco Hills. So Trabuco coming through that mile, they had 3 in the top 8. And team scoring wise in Heat 2, Trabuco Hills, they come in ranked number 2. Long Beach Wilson, they came in ranked number 7. Warren, they were ranked number 10. So everybody living true to form there in that first mile. Meanwhile, Riverside Poly with a 40-point advantage over Ayala. So Huerta and Loza. Huerta out of Warren High School. Loza as an individual representing Hemet. Great 800-meter runner. Meanwhile, right up there with Trabuco Hills with Bayless and DeSormu leading the charge. So at that mile mark, it was Trabuco and Long Beach Wilson up front. And turning our attention back to Heat 1, Maricosta. They finish up the score there with only 20 points. Martin Luther King, they will move on once again, 79 points. Crescenta Valley, they move on once again, 84 points. And congratulations to the ladies of Liberty High School. They currently have, unofficially, they hold a 3-point advantage after all scoring has been concluded. Liberty just ahead of Redondo Union by 3 points, 102. Elizabeth Jacqueline, your winner. And moving on as an individual, the 9th grader out of Hesperia, Manadas, and Malia Johnson out of Centennial. She too will move on as an individual. And so our leaders in Heat 2 here of the girls are approaching the 2-mile mark. And it looks like that's Gabriella Loza of Hemet on the outside of Millie Bayless of Trabuco Hills. Bayless finished 3rd as an individual a year ago to help lead her Mustangs to that divisional championship. And we'll be getting a 2-mile split here momentarily. Right now, they're under 11 minutes. And Bolenbach of Riverside Poly is also right there as well. So DeSormu of Trabuco Hills in 3rd. Bolenbach of Riverside Poly in 4th. Skylar Watts of Trabuco. So Trabuco, you're 3 in the top 5. Nadia Mejia leading the charge for the Bruins of Long Beach Wilson, along with Catherine Gomez of Warren. And Alyssa Huerta of Warren and Priscilla Guillen of Warren. So Warren with 3 in the top 10. Much improved squad there. Audrey Buckley of Long Beach Wilson also in the top 10. And Trabuco with their first team with 5 across. Isabella Luba and Violet Pinter of Trabuco leading the charge there for all 5 girls. Meanwhile, Long Beach Wilson now joining the party. And they have their 5th score across at the 2-mile mark. Riverside Poly with their 5th, along with Warren. So our top 4 seeds doing what they need to do with less than a mile to go. Warren and Riverside Poly mirrored images of each other, only 1 point separating the two. And Ayala, if they want to break into that top 4, they're going to have to play some serious catch-up here as Riverside Poly holds a 41, check that, 43-point advantage with less than a mile to go. So look at the screen there. For those of you at home or here in the stadium with us, that's Bayless on your left. That's Loza on the right. And Desormu of Trabuco Hills currently in third.
Runner's coming.
Well, Trabuco Hills looking smooth as always. Veteran group there, defending state champions Long Beach Wilson, really coming into their own here this season. Currently ranked 7th in the Southern section. Warren and Riverside Poly. So coming, approaching the stadium there. That is Millie Bayless. Gabriella Loza, we talked about Loza and her lake speed she has in the 800 meters. She went 2:12 this past spring. So Millie Bayless, last year she was 3rd in the Southern Section Finals. And leading those Mustangs, meanwhile, Skylar Watts and Desormu, both representing the Mustangs, also in that group, as well as Olivia Bullenbach of Riverside Poly. And it looks like our young lady, Warren High School, Gomez, continue to churn forward. So Bayless making it look easy here, representing Trabuco Hills. Trabuco Hills, #1 seed coming into this race, Loza of Hemet. And Desormu now moving ahead of Bullenbach. And Skylar Watts also closing fast. So Trabuco with 3 in the top 5. So Bayless, your winner, Loza, Desormu, Bullenbach, Watts. That's Priscilla Guillen of Warren, really moving up well there over that last mile. And Nadia Mejia of Long Beach Wilson, Audrey Buckley of Long Beach Wilson, Gomez and Huerta of Warren. So Warren with 3 in the top 10, Trabuco with 3 in the top 5. Reese Ray of Valencia, Emily Farrell of Valencia, putting them to 2 in the top 12. Tegan Bivens of Los Osos coming across Trabuco Hills with 5 across. Now Riverside Poly, very impressive showing here from the Bears. And 35 points thus far. They are their second team with 5 across. Long Beach Wilson with 5 across. Ayala with 5 across, but now there goes Warren. Warren matching there. There were 3 in the top 10. They were the 5th that's coming across. So right now, Trabuco Hills, Riverside Poly, Long Beach Wilson, and Warren. Those are your top 4. They were the top 4 all throughout. They were the top 4 seeds. And right now, it's all about qualifying on to next week as Trabuco Hills very comfortably does so. Long Beach Wilson, Riverside Poly, and Warren High School. Individually, Gabriela Loza of Hemet, you saw her finish second. She will be the lone individual qualifying out of this heat. So turning our attention over to Heat 3. They have already come through the 1 mile mark, and Santiago Sharks, they were the champions back in 2023, second place a year ago, and coming in ranked 3rd in today's action. But Addison Johns, their talented freshman, leading the charge. She's opened up a 9-second advantage there over Emma Alba of Beckman High School. So Alba is going to lead a big chase group there between Lopez of La Quinta, Teskin of Santa Monica, McDowell of Milligan. Emma Alba leading that chase group there. Addison Johns, the 9th grader. Braylon Combe, a great talented senior out of Santiago, resting for next week. But team scoring wise, Santiago in full control there. They have only scored 30 points at the 1 mile mark, with Beckman in second, Santa Monica in third, and Yucaipa with a slight advantage there over Vista Murrieta at the 1 mile mark. Addison Johns not waiting around for anybody here, representing the Sharks of Santiago. She had a 9-second advantage at the 1 mile, and it looks like she's opened that up even more so here about halfway through. And Santiago with 5 in the top 10. Despite sitting out there number 1, they are in charge of this 3rd heat. Alyssa Lopez of La Quinta in that group. Cocatassin of Santa Monica also in that front group. Brooks Targan of Yucaipa leading the charge there for the Thunderbirds. Yucaipa trying to make their way back to the CIF Finals. They had a 5-point advantage though. And a look over their shoulder here, but halfway through the race, that is Addison Johns now working her way down Stadium Way. And now giving chase on Johns, Emma Alba of Beckman. Beckman, they were second at the mile mark. They come into the action ranked 6th in the Southern section and 10th in the state of California. Alyssa Lopez of La Quinta, she's been 3rd almost the entire race. So we're going to be able to get their splits there about momentarily at the 2-mile mark. At the 1-mile mark, though, Santiago had a 70-point advantage there over Beckman. And Beckman with a 14-point advantage over Santa Monica. That's Addison Johns, the 9th grader, earning all the headlines here in Heat 3 of the Division I race. So Addison Johns coming through at 11-12. Got a 10-second advantage there on Emma Alba of Beckman, but both of these squads should easily move on to next week. And Emma there at 11:27, so a 15-second advantage. Lopez of La Quinta and Coca Taskin of Santa Monica, along with McDowell of Milligan. Taylor Davis, veteran senior there out of Santiago, also coming across on 6th. Brooks Tarkon of Yucaipa, Sofia Ramirez and Emily Cuevas of Santiago, giving them 4 in the top 9. Check that, Brooklyn Rodriguez also right there, so 5 of the top 10. Santiago also sitting out Sampson today, so 2 of their top 6 taking a rest here this afternoon. Meanwhile, Beckman, Taylor Tam of leading that charge with her group. She comes across at 11th. And Esparza, her teammate, coming across at 12th. Julia Martinez of Chaffee in 13th. That's Addison Johns all by her lonesome there. She continues to open up a lead, looking like it's about 20 seconds now ahead of Alba of Beckman. And that team scoring, it's Santiago now at 26 points, Beckman at 62. Yucaipa now moving ahead of Santa Monica. They've edged about a 3-point advantage. And Santa Monica holding a pretty secure 33-point advantage there over Beaumont and Vista Murrieta. Right now it's all Santiago, all Beckman. Yucaipa and Santa Monica are top 4 seeds, living up to the form charts here as we now get ready for Heat 4, our final heat of this session for the Division I girls. And Division 4, Heat 4, Division 1, they're off. Our last 4 teams to be moving on to next week's Southern Section Championships. Addison Johns, the 9th grader out of Santiago. She now passes the gauntlet. She'll be making that left turn and going under the bridge. And Addison Johns, no stranger to Mt SAC, as she was our elementary school, middle school champion a year ago for the 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. So it's Johns, Alba, Lopez of La Quinta, Tasquin of Santa Monica, McDowell of Milligan trying to move on as an individual, Taylor Davis of Santiago, and Brooks Tarkon of Yucaipa. And coming onto the track, she's under 16 minutes, Addison Johns of Santiago. And not too far behind and closing well here, that's Emma Alba of Beckman, 300 meters to go. And John's taking a look over her shoulder, but this is all her. She's going to own this heat. Meanwhile, that battle, you got to look at these next several spots here. Maybe perhaps got a couple individuals that may move on. Lopez of La Quinta, Tasquin of Santa Monica. Her team is pretty secure, but McDowell of Milligan also in the fight. Addison Johns, Santiago High School, 17 on the dot. (17-13) for Alba. Give it up to these athletes, man. They're taking on this rain on top of the course and the competition. And 17-35. Tasquin of Santa Monica taking that third spot to lead her Vikings there. Alyssa Lopez of La Quinta now looking to qualify as an individual. She takes fourth. And Amberly McDowell of Milligan securing that fifth place spot just ahead of Sofia Ramirez of Santiago. Santiago with 5 girls across. So Santiago, the Sharks, 6 of the top 12. They've earned a plaque the last 2 seasons and have their eyes all set to earn another one next weekend at the Southern Section Finals. Beckman, meanwhile, with their 5th across. And we're still only at 19 minutes. And Beaumont now crossing with their 5th. They're the 3rd team with 5 across. Meanwhile, Brooks Tarkon of Yucaipa, she was 7th. Taylor Davis of Santiago in 8th. Taylor Tam of Beckman in 9th. In 10, our trio of Santiago girls, Rodriguez, Rightly, and Cuevas. Olivia Smith of Vista Murrieta taking 14th. Julia Martinez of Chafee taking 15th. But Yucaipa waiting for their 5th scorer right now, because Santiago and Beckman, they will advance as advertised coming into the action here this morning. Santa Monica, they are currently in 3rd. Beaumont holding that 4th spot, but right now holding their breath as their fellow Citrus Belt League foe, Ukaipa, is waiting for their 5th score to come across. And indeed, Ukaipa with their 5th score, they are going to move up to that 3rd spot, 1 point ahead of Santa Monica. Actually, Santa Monica a little ahead of them, but Santiago, Beckman, Santa Monica, and Ukaipa coming in ranked 11th, and they will advance on to next week, first time since 2021. And Beaumont is going to be in that 5th spot there. Ukaipa with a 29-point advantage over them. Individually, Alyssa Lopez of La Quinta will move on, and Amberly McDowell of Milligan. So 2 individuals moving on in that 3rd heat. Now we turn our attention over to our 4th heat. And as we've seen several times, everybody right there, it looks like we've got about 15 girls in that first 2 seconds coming across the mile mark. And altogether, 25 girls in that first 5 seconds of the mile mark. So team scoring, keeping our eyes open on this one. Great Oak with a slight advantage there over Aliso de Gale, San Clemente, and Huntington Beach. The Charlotte Hopkins of Arcadia leading that group. They're now starting to thin out after they hit that 1 mile mark. Amelia Gonzalez, her teammate up there, along with Sydney Rubio of Huntington Beach. Emily Bell, Rancho Cucamonga also in that front group as well. Charlotte Hopkins now starting to thin this field a little bit, push the pace, and you see she's opened up about a 5-meter lead. So at that 1 mile mark, our top 4 seeds all living up to their form there on their charts there. For Great Oak, 54, Aliso de Gale, 92, San Clemente, 94, and Huntington Beach coming in ranked number 13. They are at 100 with a 53-point advantage over Santa Ana. But what was a very well-measured first mile has now kind of broken loose just a little bit. If anything, these girls want to get out of the rain and finish faster here. And that's Charlotte Hopkins of Arcadia leading the charge. So Hopkins coming across there at 11:04. Hopkins shined here at the individual sweepstakes race at the Mt SAC Invitational last month with a great 17:29 effort. Hopkins was 10th place last year individually at the California State Meet. The senior continuing to take charge here. So Hopkins coming across about 11:04. Gonzalez, her teammate, 11:14. Van Pegan of Huntington Beach also right there along with Scarlett Cook of Great Oak. Our two 9th grade stars representing Great Oak, Scarlett Cook and Madison Bussey there in the top 5. Camila Abarca of Aliso Niguel currently in that 4th spot along with Aubrey Jones, her teammate. And team scoring wise, again, these are fluid and unofficial, and more score schemes are coming across that line. The Great Oak, they have the advantage. They are the #1 seed coming into play here. San Clemente, they are currently ranked 5th in the Southern section, and they sit at 3rd in this race, just 6 points behind Huntington Beach. Meanwhile, Aliso Niguel, ranked 12th in the Southern section coming in. They are right there in that 4th spot, and they have a very comfortable, relatively comfortable 50-point advantage there over Santa Ana. Charlotte Hopkins continuing to lead the charge. She's opened up about a 50-meter lead over the competition, being that her teammate Gonzalez of Arcadia and Pete of Huntington Beach. Charlotte Hopkins going past the gauntlet. That's Van Peeten of Huntington Beach. Right now running 2nd. Gonzalez of Arcadia in the middle of that group, along with Cook and Bussey of Great Oak. Emma Syok of Huntington Beach also having a great race. And Charlotte Hopkins making that last charge up guard alley here to make that left turn towards the stadium and hit pay dirt. She'll be one of the favorites going into next week's festivities there in the Southern Section Finals. And looking to qualify as an individual right now. Great Oak, Huntington Beach, San Clemente, and Aliso Niguel looking very secure there with less than a mile to go in the team scoring. Now we got to keep our eyes open for those individuals, as Arcadia looking to perhaps qualify 2 individuals here. And Hopkins on the track with less than 300 meters to go, still under 16 minutes. 16 hitting the clock right now. So she's going to be under 17 minutes. Van Peeten of Huntington Beach, Gonzalez of Arcadia, Cook of Great Oak, Bussey of Great Oak, Abarca of Aliso Niguel, all in that group. Those are their 6 spots right there. Charlotte Hopkins, fine performance there. She sat back with everybody else through the mile, but like the true veteran here, representing Arcadia, she's going to take this one home and be right there just a tad under 17. Very comfortable at that. Van Peeten of Huntington Beach, very much improved sophomore. She's going to come in there for second. And Arcadia with 2 individual qualifiers here. Very impressive. Scarlett Cook, the 9th grader out of Great Oak, continues to impress, coming in at 17:07. Check that. That was her teammate, Madison Bussey. 17:06. Amelia Garcia Gonzalez of Arcadia. She will qualify as an individual. Camila Barca of Aliso Niguel was the back group there. Emma Sayak of Huntington Beach and Aubrey Jones all the way down to the wire there. Emily Bell from Ranch Cucamonga coming in 9th. Sajana Ortega, the 10th grader of Great Oak, taking 10th. Rachel Sanchez of Santa Ana coming in there for 11th. So no teams yet have on all 5 come across, but Great Oak, San Clemente now coming in with their 4th scorer. San Clemente coming into the action. The Lady Tritons there ranked 5th. Great Oak with all 5 scorers in, averaging 17:42. San Clemente with all 5 in. Huntington Beach really stepping up to the plate here this morning. They now have all 5 girls scored. And Portola, they are our 4th squad with 5 across, but Aliso Niguel, keep your eyes open there. Aliso Niguel, they were in 4th place with less than a mile to go. And Aliso Nagel with their 4th and 5th. They now move back into that 4th spot, and they will claim a spot on the line next week. So congratulations to Great Oak. Huntington Beach will take 2nd in this race, San Clemente and Aliso Nagel. Individually moving on, Charlotte Hopkins of Arcadia and her teammate Amelia Gonzalez of Arcadia also moving on.
And here we go with our first boys Division 4 race. Now this is a 3-heat division, so a little different than what we've been doing for the previous 24 races. So 3-heat divisions, there'll be 5 teams that will qualify. After the 3 heats have been run, they will look at the team time. That is the accumulation of the 5 runners' times on the 6th place teams in each of those 3 heats, and then that fastest team time of those 3 6th place teams will move on to give us 16 in our final. And individuals, they only have to be in the top 8 in these 3 heats rather than the top 6 like we've been doing. So this is heat number 1 of 3 heats of boys Division 4. Foothill Technology ranked number 1 in the state, number 1 in the section. 3 times we've been the TCAA League champions once again, and the Ventura County League champions this year. They are the number 1 seed here. Chaminade ranked number 10 in the state, number 6 in the section. They were 3rd, the Mt SAC Invitational this year in Division 4 in the sweepstakes race. Cathedral ranked number 7th in the section. They were the Del Rey League champions, and they finished 2nd this year in the Mount San Antonio Invitational in Division 4 in the individual sweeps. Laguna Beach ranked number 12 in the section. Covina, Bishop Montgomery, Century, Banning, Gabrielino, Beverly Hills, Cathedral City, Mountain View of El Monte, and Baldwin Park. Those are the teams here in Heat 1 of 3 heats, Boys Division 4. our boys leading Heat 3 now, just about coming up to the mile mark. They're on Stadium Way. That's the road coming from the back parking lot and behind Reservoir over to the airstrip. And just about to pass the mile mark. We're at 4:40 right now. And the Cathedral boys taking this pace out. They go 4:56 at the mile. That's De La Cruz and Vasquez of Cathedral. A little bit of a gap. Julio Lopez of Baldwin Park and Garcia of Cathedral. So Cathedral with 3 of the first 5 there. Scott of Chaminade, Carr of Banning, Landon of Century, Strobin of Northview, Robles of Chaminade, and Jimenez of Chaminade give Chaminade also 3 of the top 10. And Chaminade is the first with 5 runners through at the mile. Foothill Technology, top-ranked team in the state, resting some of their top runners today. Also still running very well as a group. And we've got Chaminade and Cathedral, Foothill Tech all solidly up in the 60-point range at the mile. Then a gap of about 40 to Laguna Beach, Covina, and Baldwin Park, Gabrielino, Banning in there at the mile. And the Cathedral boys still De La Cruz and Vasquez with a slight lead over Lopez of Baldwin Park, Garcia, Scott, and Carr. And Cathedral in the white with the black shorts, the Delray League champions. They were second this year in the Mt SAC relay, or the Mt SAC Cross Country Invitational in that Division 4 individual sweeps, and running well. Then a pack of about 6 boys, about 10 meters behind. For more clarity on that team score at the mile, Chaminade in the lead, Foothill Tech and Cathedral solidly in second. Laguna Beach holding on to 4 and Covina 5. Now remember, this race is a 3-heat division, so 5 automatic team qualifiers. And that 6th place team will want to finish strong because that'll be based on team time. And now we've got just about 8 boys separated by about 10 meters as Max De La Cruz and Jonah Vasquez, our leaders from Cathedral, still in the front, but Lopez, Garcia, Scott, Carr, Landon, all those boys starting to move on up. And we're on the back of Reservoir in the parking lot M. There are 8 boys in our lead group just about to come to the 2-mile mark. And they're going to go by just under 10 minutes, right around 9:57, 9:58 exactly. Vasquez of Cathedral, Lopez of Baldwin Park, De La Cruz of Cathedral, Carr of Banning, Garcia of Cathedral, Strobin of Northview, all right within 2 seconds of each other at the 2-mile mark. Gap of about 10 seconds back to Landon of Century. And then Wagner of Foothill Tech, Jimenez of Chaminade, and Hernandez of Foothill Technology. And Foothill Technology has gone to the lead. They're the first with 5 runners, scorers across the 2-mile mark. Laguna Beach is the second with 5 scorers. Right now, Foothill Technology at 24, Laguna Beach at 33. And now making their way on Stadium Way back towards the airstrip. And we've got ourselves a heck of a race. Got 6 boys here just making the turn with 500 meters to go, and leading them, Julio Lopez of Baldwin Park, making that turn in the lead. And is San Gabriel Valley runner also Gary Strobin of Northview. They're certainly trying to make it individually here. They need to be in the top 8. They're leading that pack, heading up Guard Alley. We should see them into the stadium here within the next 30 seconds. This might be the closest race of the day so far, with 6 boys all together now coming up Guard Alley.
Good job, Gary! Good job, bro! Stay with him! Good job!
And Julio Lopez makes the turn in the lead, the senior from Baldwin Park. Took the lead at about 2 1/4 miles, coming back from the backside of Reservoir, and has continued to put the hammer down. He'll come onto the track with about a 15-meter lead, trying to hang on to another individual spot. The junior from Northview, Gary Strobin, the Valley Vista League champion, running well in second. And Vasquez using the inside there, coming back for Cathedral. This will be important in the team race here. Lopez and Strobin 1-2, trying to make it as individuals. Outstanding race here. Julio Lopez of Baldwin Park. He's going to be our winner in a very fine time. Lopez, our winner of that race, and then Carr of Banning. Now we've got that correction is Strobin of Northview in second. Vasquez of Cathedral in third. Carr of Banning in fourth. And we got Lopez, Strobin, Vasquez, Robles, Scott, Carr, Garcia, and De La Cruz. Cathedral, those boys hanging tough. They had 3 of the top 8. Chaminade has had 5 scores across. Foothill Technology and Laguna Beach with 5 scores across. Still only 3 schools with 5 scores across: Chaminade, Foothill Tech, and Laguna Beach. And Covina now joins the group with 5 scores. And Baldwin Park and Mountain View now with 5 scores across. And La Cañada and Jay Serra now moving into the second heat, race 26 of boys Division 4. Those are the two teams leading at the turnaround into the first lap, if you will. Damien, Big Bear, Western Christian also in there. Again, that's a 3-heat division, so there'll be 5 automatic team qualifiers.
Can't block my car. Sorry.
And we came through the 2-mile. Cooper Lambert, Damien, he's our leader, about a 4-second lead over Isaac Maldonado of Aquinas. Lambert was 10:19 at 2 miles. Then Metcalf of La Cañada, Hawley of Laguna Hills, Lockheed of Western Christian, Rodales of Damien, Gomez, Bishop Amant, Vargas of Western Christian, Ho of La Cañada, and Carlson of J. Serra. La Cañada is leading at 2 miles. We have La Cañada at 45, then J. Serra at 51, Damien 78, Western Christian 79, Big Bear 91, then Whitney at 134. So as of right now, the teams in the 5 qualifying spots, La Cañada, J. Serra, Damien, Western Christian, and Big Bear, with our individual leader, Cooper Lambert of Damien. Down the airstrip, just about to make the turn into the guard alley. Lambert of Damien and Maldonado of Aquinas solidly in control of those first two spots. Lambert's been our leader for most of the race, but Maldonado staying close, and they will come on to the track in first and second. Then a good group of about 5 boys running in 3 through 8. And indeed, Lambert has made the turn now. And down the backstretch, just about to enter onto the track. He was second this year in the Mt SAC in a regular race in the Invitational. And Maldonado running well, runner-up in the Ambassador League this year. And coming down the stretch here, Cooper Lambert of Damien. Just over the hill from Mt SAC here, almost a home meet for him. He's going to be right at 15:25 or so. Finishing well, Isaac Maldonado in second. And we'll wait for those finish results on Heat 2 for individuals and teams. Heat 3 in boys Division 4 has gone through the mile. Kruger of Oaks Christian and Young of Ocean View were our leaders. Abemeyer of Harvard Westlake, Nwusu and White of Oaks Christian, Hastings of Harvard Westlake, Roldan of Rancho Alamitos, Granados of Salesian, Bremer of Korean Lutheran, Escobedo of Notre Dame Sherman Oaks. That was our top 10. At the mile mark, Harvard Westlake leading as a team at 47, Oaks Christian at 66, Ocean View 122, Rim of the World 129, Marshall Fundamental 160, and Don Bosco 170.
This race is D4 both girls, E1.
And our leaders now have come through in Heat 3 at the 2 mile mark. Maury Young of Ocean View, Nwusu of Oaks Christian with Kruger and his teammate White all in that lead group. We've also got Abemeyer of Harvard Westlake and Hastings of Harvard Westlake, Roldan of Rancho Alamitos, Bremer of Korean Lutheran, Escobedo of Notre Dame, and Sandoval of Bassett in the top 10. They came by just a shade over 10 minutes, right around 10:03 at the 2 mile mark. In that lead group of boys, there are are 6, 7, 8 boys in there now on Stadium Way, making their back way to the back of Reservoir Hill for that second loop. Making their way back from that second loop, just about to hit the airstrip here. As our third race of boys Division 4 continues down the airstrip, we'll see them on the track in about a minute. The first heat of girls Division 4 has begun. And we've got a large group here just about to make the turn onto the backstretch here. There are still 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 boys here, all making that turn. This will be the closest mass group we've had come onto the track. The Oaks Christian boys solidly in control there, running 1, 2, 3. Usu, Kruger, and White leading that group onto the track. And since this is a 3-heat division, individuals in the top 8 will make the final. So all those boys, if any of that group team does not make it, they will go on as individuals. And Oaks Christian, 6th ranked team in the state, running well. And everybody joining the party here. Everybody's a qualifier and picking up bonus points at the end for winning the race. And officially it looks like Nowusu will be the official winner, 15-11. White, his teammate, also 15-11. Kruger at 15-12. Then Bremer of Green Lutheran, Young of Ocean View, Rodan of Rancho Alamitos. They'll all go on as individuals, so their teams don't make it. Hastings, Abemeyer, and Albert of Westlake, and Granados of Salesian.
And just like we saw with our young men with the top 5 teams moving on, we're going to do the same thing with our girls. We have 3 heats here. Top 5 teams from each heat will automatically qualify on. Then the fastest team time of those 3 heats and the 6th place finish will also be invited back to next week. Of course, individuals in the top 8 will also move on if their team does not. So in Heat 1, Division 4 girls, and they're going to be approaching the mile mark here. Top ranked team, 3-time defending state champions, J-Sarah in this race. They're going to be resting out the majority, if not their top 5. They are the Trinity League champs, of course. We got La Cañada, who were 2nd in the Rio Hondo League. Immaculate Heart, Laguna Hills. And Flint Ridge Sacred Heart, ranked number 7 also in this first heat. So J-Sarah, despite sending out their resting their top 5 girls, Brooklyn Tennant is going to take them through. Hayden Kroger, her teammate, along with Hannah Norse of Laguna Hills, but J-Sarah monopolizing everything up front there with 5 of the top 6 coming through the first mile. And a really brisk pace there. Brooklyn Tennant taking them through at 5:35. Got Camila Rodriguez of Fillmore, Evie Waldron of Flint Ridge Sacred Heart, Julia Mayo of Immaculate Heart, Catherine Lowe of Whitney, also in that top 10. So again, top 5 girls teams will move on. And as we reflect back at the current race that's finishing up right now on the boys' side, in Heat 3, our top 5 boys teams. Harvard Westlake and Oaks Christian will easily advance. They're both fighting toe-to-toe right here for that first spot. Ocean View, 103. Marshall in 4th place with 113. Rim of the World, right now they occupy that 5th spot at 152. And we've got to keep our eyes on Notre Dame of Sherman Oaks at 185, and perhaps they'll be in the conversation there for the fastest team time out of those original 15 that make it. So Notre Dame of Sherman Oaks currently occupying that 6th spot, but your 5 qualifiers: Harvard Westlake, Oaks Christian, Ocean View, Marshall Fundamental, so Tennant and Kroger up front representing J-Sarah. Hardin, Hardman, and Tonks, their teammates right there. And so coming through the halfway point, J-Sarah in full control here as they are only at 18 points. They only scored 18 points at that mile mark, with Flint Ridge Sacred Heart in 2nd, La Cañada 97 in 3rd, Immaculate Heart 127 in 4th, and Laguna Hills holding on to that 5th automatic qualifying spot, as is at the 1 mile mark at 155. In that 6th spot right now, El Monte and Banning and Fillmore, only about 20 points separating those 3 squads. Again, keep your eyes on that 6th spot. So Tennant and Kroger of J. Sarah, joined by Hannah Norse of Laguna Hills. Norse in the all black right now in second place, but Tennant continuing to lead the charge there, the 9th grader representing J. Sarah. J. Sarah, again, they had 6 of the top 7 girls coming through that first 1 mile. And check that. That's Hayden Kroger that was doing the pace setting chores for J. Sarah, with Brooklyn Tennant there in 3rd place. And Hayden Kroger, the junior, leading coming through at 11:26. Hannah Norris of Laguna Hills, 11:30. And now you got Tennant and Hardman and Hardin all representing those Lions of J. Sarah. Again, defending Division 4 Southern Section and California State champs, and one of the top ranked squads in the nation as we get ready for a huge postseason push here over the next couple of weeks. And in that 8th spot, Julia Mayo of Immaculate Heart came through at 12:21 with Evie Waldron of Flint Ridge Sacred Heart. Remember, top 5 squads will automatically move through. Those you're looking on your screens there, that's where all those points are being scored right now. It's basically a race for 2nd place, but it's just qualifying. And if you get in those top 5, you have reserved a spot for next week at the Southern Section Cross Country Championships that'll be held here again at Mt SAC. And La Cañada, Flint Ridge Sacred Heart, they have both come across with 5 scores. J. Sarah right now with a perfect 15. And Laguna Hills looking for their 4th score. And Immaculate Heart now coming across with their 5th score. La Cañada coming into the action today, ranked 6th in the Southern Section with Flint Ridge Sacred Heart in 7th. And both those teams are neck and neck right now. Only 3 points separating them at the 2-mile mark. Immaculate Heart, they came in ranked number 12 in the Southern Section. And Laguna Hills ranked number 13. Laguna Hills eyeing their 5th score right now. They've had 4 across. El Monte, though, they have their 5th across and currently in 5th place. So Sacred Heart and La Cañada right there with each other. But it's all about Hayden Kroger. Sat back with their teammates and now open up about a 5-second lead over very talented Hannah Norse of Laguna Hills. And now Hannah Norse moving into the lead. And so Hannah Norse now taking over the reins here up front in Heat 1 of the Division 4 girls. Remember, this is a 3-heat section here, and Heat 2 just getting underway. They're about a minute into their race. Well, that 2 miles, Kroger, Tennant, Hardman, Hardin, Hucks, and Tonks. And Jay Sarah with 6 in the top 7. And again, as we've already mentioned, they're resting their top 5 girls, getting ready for next week, the California State meet, and NXN a couple weeks down. But Hannah Norse, very impressive last mile here. A junior out of Laguna Hills High School. Making that last turn and now looking at the track. And she's only at 16 minutes right now. Meanwhile, Hannah Norse up front, but her team now with their 5th score, they are currently in 5th place. So there will be basically no individuals qualifying here seemingly, with Laguna Hills staying in that 5th spot. They got about 44-point advantage there over El Monte. And Norse continues to pick it up with 200 meters to go. That clock at 16:45. And a pack of Lions following her here, representing Jay Sarah, Kroger, Tennant, Hardman, Hardin, Hucks, and Tonks all coming onto the track. But this one belongs to Hannah Norse, the junior out of Laguna Hills. Strong last half mile. She closes in 17:13. Your junior from J. Sarah, Hayden Kroger, coming across here at 17:29. And Tennant of J. Sarah at 17:34. Mariah Hardman of J. Sarah coming across at 17:54. Sierra Hardin of J. Sarah 18:05. And Molly Hucks, the senior, 18:12. So as Heat 1 is concluding, let's get our attention over to Heat 2. They're about to approach the mile mark right now. We got Laguna Beach, the Pacific Hills League champions. You got Big Bear, the Cross Valley League champs. Esperanza, they were an at-large entry, 4th in the Crestview League. Foothill Tech, your Tri-County Athletic Association champions. Covina and Century as your top seeds in Heat 2. And that clock still only 19:15. So most of these girls on the track looking to go under 20 minutes. And La Cañada, they close with their 5th score. Flintridge Sacred Heart with 4 across. Laguna Hills with 3 across. And now Flintridge Sacred Heart with their 5th score. So we're turning our attention briefly here back to Heat 2. Heat 2, they've already come through the 1 mile. And Montserrat Santillan Silva of Century is going to come out there at 5:38. Kate Woodside of Esperanza coming through at 5:47. So whereas we've seen a lot of these races pack up through that first mile, this one's already kind of broken wide open as Silva of Century 16 seconds ahead of Caitlin Kraft of Covina in third. Kira Wallace of Foothill Tech, Leslie Ledesma of Esperanza, Grace Wegner, your Pacific Coast League, Pacific View League champion, Laguna Beach, Jasmine Gill of Aquinas, and Maddie Kahi of Big Bear. But looking at those team scores, remember top 5 automatically move on. Laguna Beach, Big Bear, Esperanza, Covina, and now Century. Century with their 5th score crossing there. They have a 2-point advantage over Foothill Tech. Again, this is only the 1 mile, but those 6 teams as seeded, Laguna Beach, Big Bear, Esperanza, Covina, Century, and Foothill Tech out well here in Heat 2 of the Division 4 girls. And as we glance back to the race that's finishing right now in the stadium, Immaculate Heart with their 5th score, Laguna Hills with their 5th score. And it looks like our 5 teams becoming a little more clear here in this first heat. Of course, Jay Sarah, they're going to finish with only 20 points. La Cañada at 73, Flint Ridge Sacred Heart at 90, Laguna Hills at 120, check that 128, and Immaculate Heart at 133. Immaculate Heart with a 43-second advantage there, 43-point advantage, check that, of El Monte. So El Monte will be looking at the team times now of these next 2 sections. El Monte we're going to finish 6th place here in Heat 1. So Santillan Silva of Century High School continuing to charge forward and be our leader. Meanwhile, Kate Woodside of Esperanza looking to maintain contact there. Caitlin Kraft, she's the leader of that chase group, so to speak, there from Covina. But right next to her, it looks like we got Ledesma of Esperanza, Wallace of Foothill Tech, and Wagner of Laguna Beach. So our leader there, Montserrat Santillan Silva of Century High School, the senior. She had a 9-second advantage at the 1 mile mark. You'll see her, she's coming close here, approaching the 2 mile mark on the backside of Reservoir. And Santillan Silva coming through at 11:17. 11:17 here. And she's been her leader since the gun. In Heat 1, our leaders came through at 11:26. Just to kind of put things in perspective there. Our senior from Century High School, though, she's been doing all the pacing all throughout, and Woodside now passing that 2-mile mark, and she's going to come through at 11:41. So now a 24-second lead there from our leader from Century High School. Kiera Wallace of Foothill Tech at 11:57. And Grace Wegner of Laguna Beach, the 9th grader, coming through at 12:02. Leslie Ledesma, Caitlin Kraft of Covina, Abby Sweeney of Big Bear. And Big Bear, our first team to come across with 5 scores. And so out to an early advantage. Their pack running right now, only a 6-second gap between them. And edge right between those Big Bear girls and Jasmine Gill of Aquinas. The Laguna Beach, they came into this section as the #1 seed. Big Bear was #2 and currently ranked 5th in this section. Our 3rd seed was Esperanza and Foothill Tech 4th. So Silva continues to open up her lead here in Heat 2, the Division 4 girls. Woodside of Esperanza also by her lonesome out there, and she had a 16-second advantage over Kiera Wallace. And Wallace with about 4 seconds ahead of Wagner of Laguna Beach. And that group back there, as you can see them spanning back, that is Wallace of Foothill Tech on your left. And as Heat 2 is coming down the airstrip, you'll see there, Heat 3 about to get off here. Remember, 5 girls, 5 top 5 teams from each race.
What size is it, large?
And Satalian Silva of senior out of Century High School. She's been your leader all throughout here in Heat 2. She hits the track under 16 minutes. Matter of fact, she's at 16 right now. You're finishing right around 17 minutes with 250 meters to go. And Kate Woodside, who's been in second all throughout there, representing Esperanza High School, the senior. She came through at 11:41 with the 2 miles. She's now coming through at 16:35. She's on the track. The Santillan Siva of Century High School with less than 100 meters to go. Very impressive wire-to-wire finish here, and she was your leader all throughout, 16:55.
She must have started, yeah?
Yeah, she has to start now.
She has it?
What time is it right now? Yeah, she finished at 46, so she should be out. Wait, she's right. Wait, no. I thought she was. My heart just stopped when he stopped. It looks like this. She's wearing all black. For a second. Push it! Push it!
Kate Woodside, very impressive performance there at 17:35.
They took you off the jumbotron, though.
That's Wallace of Foothill Tech. And Ledesma of Esperanza. And Wagner of Laguna Beach lead the charge. Laguna Beach coming into the action ranked number 2 overall in the division. And our young ladies from Big Bear content to kind of finish up together here. Caitlin Kraft of Covina, and she'll be looking at one of those 6 individual spots perhaps. Covina was 4th place with less than a mile to go, so pretty comfortable there. And you got to finish in the top 8 as an individual to move on. Kamara and Sweeney of Big Bear crossing the line together along with Kahi. Angelica Ramirez of Saddleback moving up well there over that last mile. She made up 10 spots, finishing just behind Jasmine Gill of Aquinas. And Big Bear with our first team to cross with 5 scorers. They're currently ranked 5th in Division 4. And Laguna Beach now coming across with their 5. And Esperanza, they are currently ranked 8th in Division 4. They now finish with their 5th scorer coming across. And now Foothill Tech joining the party. So Big Bear right now with a 15-point advantage over Esperanza. And Laguna Beach ranked number 2, seemingly just looking to qualify today again. Top 5 teams that qualify. So far we have 4 with 5 across, keeping our eyes pegged there on Covina and Century High School. And now Covina with their 5th score, they're going to jump just ahead of Foothill Tech there, about a 3-point advantage. And now again, that team that finishes 6th, that team will again be watching and comparing their team time to the previous heat. And Century, they have their 5th score. And it looks like Foothill Tech and Century, only 1 point separating them. Right now, Covina sits at 4th with 105, Foothill Tech at 108, and Century at 109. And so Century High School, they did have a faster team time than El Monte. So now Century will be keeping their eyes open on the fastest 6th place team in Heat 3. Speaking of Heat 3, we have come through the mile mark. And Harvard Westlake's duel there, Kerman and Ree leading the charge, but they got company as Napriala of Oaks Christian right there with them. They came through just a tad under 5:35, and then you had a chase pack that came through at 5:45, led by Nilo of Bishop Amant and Hamada Griffith of Chaminade. Team time, team scoring, Harvard Westlake with a slight advantage over Oaks Christian. Oaks Christian 3 points ahead of Bishop Amant. And then you got to go back a little bit here, 36 points. Chaminade is currently in 4th place. Crayon Lutheran is in 5th place. That's Kerman and Ree, if you guys are looking at your screen right now. And the young ladies representing Harvard Westlake, Naparala, the Oaks Christian senior, right there tagging along for the ride as they are now over halfway through the race and approaching the backside of Reservoir. And they'll be going through the 2 mile in about a minute or so. We'll get some team scores there as well. But safe to say we can congratulate Big Bear, Laguna Beach, Esperanza, Covina, and Foothill Tech. They have moved on to next week's finals. And Century High School, they were 6th place, and they'll be they were faster than their 6th place team from Heat 1. Their teammate Santalian Silva kind of helping the cause there with her 16:55 40-second victory there in Heat 2. So Gia Ree, a slight lead here, doing the pace setting and taking over, but Naparala, the Oaks Christian senior, right there behind her shoulder. And on her there outside, that is Ellie Kerman of Harvard Westlake. So Harvard Westlake, they were leading the charge there. They were 9 points ahead of Oaks Christian at the mile mark. And next couple minutes, we'll give them an idea. But again, it's all about qualifying. Top 5 teams automatically move on to next weekend. And for individuals to qualify, they must finish in the top 8. In the top 8 in the individuals to move on. If their team did not qualify, speaking of individuals, Santillin Silva will move on if her team does not. She would be the lone individual there from Heat 2. So Kerman and Ree coming through at 11:23 along with Naprialala. Nilo of Bishop Amant, 11:56. All right, Crayon Lutheran is currently in fifth with Madeline Gallant of Oaks Christian. So Oaks Christian with 2 of the top 6. Allison O'Connell of Chaparral currently coming through that 2 mile at 7th. And Braby of Harvard Westlake. So Harvard Westlake with 5 across, 3 in the top 8. Oaks Christian, they got 3 in the top 9, but looking for that 5th score right now. But Bishop Vermont, now Oaks Christian has their 5th score. But Bishop Vermont is now edged just a little bit ahead of Oaks Christian there. Crayon Lutheran out of Irvine, currently in 4th. And Chaminade with their 5th score coming across. They're still in 5th. So all teams basically in the same places they were about a mile ago. Western Christian, they were 6th at the mile mark. And it looks like they're going to be 6th once again. But our same trio, they've been together all throughout. That is Ree and Kerman of Harvard Westlake. Naparala of Oaks Christian. Madeline Nilo of Bishop Vermont right there in that 4th spot. She came through the 2 mile at 11:56, about 20 seconds ahead of that chase group you see there in her background. But looking at the screen right now, you got our 3 girls coming up guard alley. Got to know each other really well here over the last 16, 17 minutes as they've been together since the gun. On your left side, that's Naparala of Oaks Christian, and right in the middle there, that is Ree of Harvard Westlake.
That middle part of the race. That second mile going in.
And Kerman of Harvard Westlake on the inside there, in that 3rd spot. So Harvard Westlake and Oaks Christian both slated to easily move on, and the numbers are proving just that. At the 2 mile mark, both teams, Harvard Westlake with a lead of 41, Bishop Vermont was 59, Oaks Christian 67, Crayon Lutheran 76, and Chaminade at 98. Chaminade with a 36-point advantage there over Western Christian. But with 200 meters to go, this is Gia Ree out of Harvard Westlake, your leader, the 10th grader. The senior from Oaks Christian, Naparala, on her outside shoulder, and Kerman, the junior out of Harvard Westlake, in that 3rd spot. Madeline Nilo now coming and approaching the stadium. She's from Bishop Vermont. And Ree and Naparala coming down the pipe here to 17:05. They're going to be well under 17:30. Naparala with a little surge there on the outside. Ree answering all the way down to the finish there at 17:14. And Kerman at 17:21. And that clock still well under 18 minutes. All these girls getting onto the track now are going to be well under 19 minutes, if not 18:30. Madeline Nilo, the junior out of Bishop Amant, with 150 to go. Looks like that's Adelaide Hardy of Korean Lutheran, who's now moved into that 5th spot. Madeline Galley of Oaks Christian in that 6th spot, almost closing here in a big group. All these girls trying to get under 19 minutes, 18-17 for Nilo. And Hari of Korean Lutheran, 18-25. Allie Smith of Oaks Christian, great finish there, 18-32. Amada Griffith of Chaminade, 18-35. And Christina Smith of Oaks Christian also right in there. She took 6th place ahead of her sister Allie Smith of Oaks Christian at 18-32. Bravey of Harvard Westlake at 18-33. Chaminade with their duel of Hamada Griffith and O'Connell finishing out our top 10 in those individual spots. But Harvard Westlake, Oaks Christian, and Bishop Amant, they held those top 3 spots with less than a mile to go. And Bishop Amant now finishing up with their 4th and 5th.
And we'll move on to our final division of the weekend. It'll be Division 3. We'll start with 4 heats of the boys and then 4 heats of the girls. Heat 1 is underway with our section's top-ranked team, West Torrance, ranked number 2 in the nation. The Pioneer League champions the last couple of years, leading this first group of boys. Girls Ridgecrest, they've won the Mojave River League championship the last 3 years in a row, and they were second this year. The Mt SAC Division II sweepstakes. Servite, they were 6th in the Mt SAC Invitational this year. Brea Linda, Norte Vista, Whittier, Corona Del Mar, La Sierra, Del Sol, Savannah, Bosa Grande, and Barstow. West Torrance at Mt SAC this year, they were the team sweepstakes champions in Division III, and they are out well as the boys go through the mile right at 5 minutes. Salido of Servite and his teammate Lopez leading, but Aber of Burroughs Ridgecrest, Maynard of West Torrance, Zhao of Bonita, Abad of Norte Vista, Steinman of Corona Del Mar, Nielsen of Brea Linda, and Sanchez of Savannah. All those boys within 2 seconds of each other. Servite running very well, ranked 8th in the section going into this meet. They're the leader at the mile with 56 points. West Torrance at 62, Burroughs Ridgecrest 82, Whittier 111, Savannah 130, Brea Linda 134. Now we are back to 4 heats divisions, which means we'll have only 4 teams automatic qualifier. That's the only ones that can move on. Individuals have to be in the top 6 places.
Let's go, Adela, push it! Come on, Adela! Adela's right behind you, come on, push it, push it!
And the boys have made the U-turn on the end of the first lap, if you will, starting on the second now. And we've still got a large contingent. Looks to be about 10 to 12 boys within about 10 meters of each other.
Coming to you, next runner, coming to you.
Welcome the boys on the track here now in Division 3 Heat 1. Once again, a 4-heat division. At the 2 mile, West Torrance was our leader with Servite. They both had 58 points. Burroughs at 100. Whittier at 102. Brea Linda 110. Corona Del Mar 118. So 16 points separating 3 teams for that final 4th qualifying spot. Dylan Maynard of West Torrance right at 15:02. He's going to win that heat. West Torrance top-ranked team in the section. Aber of Burroughs Ridgecrest second. Steinman, of Corona Del Mar has been moved into second with Aber third. Brody Salido of Servite into that 4th spot. So on our revised results here, we have Minor now of West Torrance, our winner. Steinman of Corona Del Mar in second. Sievers of Burroughs Ridgecrest in third. Lopez of Servite and Beer of Servite in 4 and 5. And Aragon of Brea Linda in that 6th and final individual qualifying spot. West Torrance the first with 5 runners across the finish line. In our Heat 2 of the Boys Division 3 underway. And we'll keep an eye on that heat there. Obviously, under these conditions, want to make sure everything gets done correctly. So we'll hold off on that team scoring there. And heat number 2 has passed the mile mark. And looking at that race 31, heat 1 there, it looks like West Torrance, the top-ranked seed, they'll move on. Servite at 61, Burroughs at 82, and then it is a dogfight. Right now it's Corona Del Mar at 100, Whittier at 104, and Brea Linda at 107 for that 4th and final spot in that dynamic scoring. Those are unofficial scores. And soon as every team has finished all at 7, or excuse me, it's 5 scores, then those can be finalized. So it looks like West Torrance, Servite, and Burroughs will move on. Both of them are sitting in the driver's seat right now with Whittier and Brea Linda on the outside looking in. But we've got individuals from all of those schools. So the first 5 individuals are on team scores. And the one that will go through individually on his own will be Taj Aragon of Brea Linda. He finishes in 6th, and he'll move on to next Saturday's championship final. And our boys have gone through the mile, everybody in it. Torrin Haberstad of Yorba Linda pushing that pace out front. But realistically, at the mile, we had, oh my, 23 boys within within 3 seconds of each other. Everybody in it as we head back up the airstrip. Looking at the team qualifiers, West Ranch has most of its scores up there. At the mile, they had 31. Redlands East Valley, 81. South Pasadena, 92. El Toro, 100. Those 4 teams out well. Then we go to South Hills at 151. Montebello at 166. That's heat number 2. West Ranch is the top-ranked team in the section. The Mt SAC Invitational this year in the sweepstakes, Division 3, they finished 2nd, average 1608. They are currently the number 2 ranked team in the section, number 4 in the state. South Pasadena won the Rio Hondo League for the 5th time in a row this year. They're in that lead group also. Redlands East Valley, 2nd in the Citrus Belt League. They are right up in there. And El Toro, they are also in that group leading through the first mile, heading to the 2-mile mark. All right, we have the definition of a team race here. We're coming up to the 2-mile, and we've still got a dozen boys in the lead pack. And they're going to be right around 10 minutes. Looks about 10:01 or so. And they are indeed 10:01. Michael Scarench, the junior from South Pass, leading the group. Castillo of West Ranch, Medina of Redlands East Valley, Esquivel and Pavatich of West Ranch, giving West Ranch 3 of the top 5. Zamora of Santa Fe, Reimer of Mater Dei in there, Duenas of West Ranch, Shrug of South Pass, Saravanan of West Ranch, Tilley of South Pasadena, McKissick of South Hills, Menlove of Monrovia, and Villardo of Montebello. There are 14 boys within 4 seconds of each other with a mile to go. And Michael Scarench, the 2-time Rio Hondo League champion, pushing that pace, leading out of that parking lot, heading back to the airstrip. On the team scoring at 2 miles, West Ranch at 25, South Pasadena 66, Redlands East Valley 73, and El Toro 80. Those 4 have quite a bit of separation over Monrovia, currently in 5th at 128. And we still do not have a lot of separation in that heat as they come down the airstrip. They are just about 600 meters from the finish, and we've still got 4 boys running across right together, 5 in that group. All right, we are really setting ourselves up for a finish here. Picking it up a little bit up that little hill. Skarintz starting to push it, trying to take the lead there. Also in that lead group coming in, Haberstad of Yorba Linda in there. And looks like Medina now making a bit of a move from Redlands East Valley. And the Foothill League champ Castillo moving on the inside. Haberstad in 4th from Yorba Linda. And nice race down here for the finish here. We're going to be well under 15. And Braulio Castillo of West Ranch, he will win it 14:49. Medina second at 14:50 and Skarintz at 14:54. Haberstad in 4th from Yorba Linda. Looks like Pavletich of West Ranch and Sarah Van and his teammate give West Ranch 3 of the top 6. But now Benjamin Zamora, that's who was in there, is the 6th place finisher and will move on as an individual. West Ranch, outstanding. Looks like they're going to be under 30 points as a team. They're moving on, and it is good, again, unofficial, but it looks like West Ranch, South Pasadena, Redlands, East Valley, and El Toro will all move along easily. And joining them individually, Benjamin Zamora of Santa Fe and Torrin Haberstad of Yorba Linda. They will join them as individuals in next Saturday's championship final. And moving on to the third heat in that division, they went through the mile at 4:54, just like we seem to be seeing in all of our heats. We have 16 boys between 4:54 and 4:59 during that first mile. St. John Bosco at the first mile is the team leader at 40. Palos Verdes at 47. Santa Margarita at 78. South Torrance at 102. And then San Marcos at 140. Once again, that is a 4-heat division. So the first 4 teams, St. John Bosco, Palos Verdes, Santa Margarita, and South Torrance at the mile are in those 4 automatic spots.
This is my 4th year doing it. So the ATVs, it's stable, but because the weight is so much, it has a lot of problem with the arm moving. Hey, with the 2 vehicles, you can turn it into a production house. What is it? Yeah, I've used it, but not this pouring rain. The downside is the gimbal. The bike, all these vehicles are outdoor stuff, right? You can run in the rain, it's really sealed, right? So you can do it in the rain, but it's a gimbal. The gimbal is the DJI stuff, right? You're not intending anything like this. For something like this, you need like $100,000 gimbal. The amount of helicopters.
And they're going to be right about what all these heats have been, right around 10 minutes. Darren Spragno, the senior out of Santa Margarita, first-year runner, first time in CF Prelims, leading us through that 2-mile. The boys from Palos Verdes, Nolman and Sigworth running right there in 2 and 3. Johnson of South Torrance in 4. Garcia, St. John Bosco, Leonard Arias of Bonita. He's in that 6th and final individual qualifying spot. Then the St. John Bosco boys, we've got Medina, Nicholas, and Edward right there. Palos Verdes with 4 in the top 11. At the 2-mile, again, 4 teams are going to make it through to the final. We've got right now Palos Verdes at 39, St. John Bosco at 44, Santa Margarita 81. South Torrance at 93. San Marcos now has moved up and cut that gap. They are now just 14 points behind, running in 5th. And as our boys in Heat 3 make their way back on Stadium Way, boys in Heat 4 have just begun. That'll be our final boys race today, and we have 4 heats of the girls. And our group of 4 separating a bit. Spragno of Santa Margarita, Nolman and Sigworth of Palos Verdes, and Cole Johnson, also from the South Bay, from South Torrance, moved up in with those boys. And they're just about to make the turn and head south on the runway heading back to the stadium as the boys in Heat 3 make the left turn on Stadium Way and start heading out to that back parking lot. It's a pretty quick heat. They're starting to pick it up a bit on this third mile. Blake Sigworth of Palos Verdes continues to push that pace and leading that group. All right, just about to come onto the track here. It looks like Blake Sigworth of Palos Verdes, but there are 8 boys right there. And now Aaron Garcia, St. John Bosco, has moved up into that lead group, pushing the pace a bit. Looking for South Torrance in the battle with San Marcos for that 4th spot. Sigworth comes onto the track in the lead. Cole Johnson of South Torrance, then Aaron Garcia of St. John Bosco, Spragno of Santa Margarita, Noman of Palos Verdes, and Dagner moved up from San Marcos into that 5th spot. Coming down to home stretch here. Johnson trying to close a little bit here, so is Medina. Sigworth cruising home from Palos Verdes. Spragno finishing. And moving up well, looks like Wyatt Dagner will have to make that as an individual if indeed San Marcos finishes in that 5th spot. Sigworth will be the winner officially. So those times obviously are not correct on that heat, but the places are, and that's all that matters here. So it was Sigworth and Johnson. Aaron Garcia, Spragno. Dagner did get 5th, so he will move on no matter whether his team makes it or not. Miller finishing strong for South Torrance. So our times looks like they have been corrected. We got Sigworth at 14:59, Johnson also at 59, Garcia at 15:01, Spragno 15:04, Dagner 15:05, and Noman 6th at 15:09. Once again, we'll make sure all those team scores are correct as we get close. It'll all be done correctly so everybody knows who qualified. And we've got one more heat of boys out on the course, and that is Heat 4. And they passed the mile with Oliver Hunter from Dana Hills, leading that group through the first mile right at 4:55. He and Orrin Hill of Thousand Oaks, about a 5-second lead over the rest of the pack, and the rest of those boys coming through right at about 5:01. In the team race on that 4th heat at the mile, Oak Park was in first at 43. Dana Hills at 63, Agura at 104, and then Pacifica of Garden Grove and Santiago of Garden Grove basically in a dead heat for 4th place. Moore Park about 10 points back. Oliver Hunter and Orrin Hill are leaders. Then Tyler Yasomsky of Pacifica Garden Grove. And then quite a pack coming through with the Oak Park boys all in that group. And the seniors, Oliver Hunter in the blue and white from Dana Hills, leading that group. Just a step or two back, Orrin Hill of Thousand Oaks. And they have separated from the rest of that pack. Into that parking lot on the back of Reservoir, Oliver Hunter, senior from Dana Hills, continues to lead. Orrin Hill, senior from Thousand Oaks, just a step or two back. They're coming around to the 2 mile. We'll get a 2 mile split here in just a minute. This is a little bit quicker heat. These two boys have stepped it up a bit. And they're going to be right around 9:52. 9:52, in fact, 9:53 officially for Oliver Hunter. And Orrin Hill also 9:53. They have separated, and that is about 8 or 9 seconds faster than the other two heats here came through that mark. Tyler Yasovsky of Pacifica Garden Grove, he was 12 seconds back at the 2 mile mark, running in third. Then the first of the Oak Park boys, Natali, is in fourth. Sebastian DiVincente of Buena in fifth. Garcia of Moore Park, and then Kulkarni, Marley, Kalen, and Castaneda gives Oak Park 5 of the first 10. So they are solidly in control. Ranked number 4 in the division, number 10 in the state. They're the Coastal League champions again, repeating this year as Coastal League champions. and in control of this heat. Agoura running very well. They're the Marmani League champions. Those are the two schools with 5 runners across the 2-mile mark, 5 scorers. Santiago of Garden Grove, they join that group with 5 scorers across the 2-mile mark. All right, we've got a good battle for that 4th and final qualifying spot. So at 2 miles, Oak Park solidly in control of this heat at 29. Agoura, they're in good shape at 73. Pacific at 96. Then in 4th place right now, Santiago of Garden Grove at 113. Dana Hills at 115. So 2 points separating those two teams with a mile to go for that final qualifying spot. And comfortably coming down the airstrip together as they've been most of the race. Oliver Hunter of Dana Hills and Orrin Hill of Thousand Oaks got quite a lead over 3rd place Tyler Yanosowski of Pacifica. So Dana Hills trying to keep that streak of going into 4 decades of making it to the CIF Finals here. They're currently in 5th. This will help having a 1-point score on the front. This is the great senior out of Dana Hills coming onto the track, Oliver Hunter. He was the South Coast League champion. In fact, Dana Hills, the South Coast League, one of the best leagues in the country. Dana Hills individual has won that 13 years in a row. This was the 13th year, and Oliver Hunter winning it. And they're going to try to keep that streak of 4 decades of making the finals here. We'll watch his teammates as they come through. Orrin Hill running as an individual, 4th in the Marmonte League, another great league. He's going to make it on to the finals. Yasanowski of Pacifica comes on in control at 3rd, and now we get the group starting to come in. Garcia of Moore Park leading that group in 4, 5, and 6. And also moving up, Sebastian De Vicente of Buena, the junior. But Hunter, he will cruise through a very relaxed 14:42. Orrin Hill, he's going to move on to the final under a sub 14:50. Yasanowski makes it as an individual. He'll get 3rd. Sebastian De Vicente, the junior from Buena, he'll get that 4th spot. Hatch of Moore Park, Natalie of Oak Park in 6th there. Oak Park, all 5 of its scores crossing together there just a second ago. They're through as a team, obviously. And once again, we'll wait on that team score and make sure we get everybody counted and all those scores. Looks like Oak Park Agura are certainly in. And then we'll wait on the scoring of 3, 4, and 5. It does look like Dana Hills will keep that streak alive. As of right now, we have Oak Park at 42, Agura at 72, Pacifica at 94, and then Dana Hills at 95. We'll continue to hold that spot in the CIF Championships next Saturday. And then individually, Orrin Hill, Thousand Oaks, he will make it. And Sebastian Di Vicente of Buena, he'll qualify to move on, as will Zachary Hatch of Moore Park.
first heat of D3 is off.
So now that we've concluded all of our boys races, all 16 teams moving on to next Saturday, and we have 4 races remaining for Division III, 4 girls heats. And number 1 ranked Santa Margarita, the Eagles, are second place in Trinity League, led by Carolyn Dye. She was the league champ there. And they should be pack running here through this first mile. Mission Viejo, currently ranked 8th in Division III. La Mirada, ranked number 9 in Division III. And South Pasadena and Arroyo, on paper, going to be battling for that last automatic 4th spot onto next week's party here at Mt SAC. That'll be the Southern Section Cross Country Championships. Again, top 4 teams automatically qualify, and top 6 individuals that are not on qualifying teams will also move on as well. Well, they're going to be coming across to the mile mark soon enough here. We'll be giving you guys team scores. Also got to watch out for Jacqueline Soto of North Torrance in the Pioneer League. Mia Luna of Brea Olinda, the individual. She was the Freeway League champ. We'd like to congratulate all teams that advanced on to next week on the boys' side. 2 days of running here. And now 4 heats to go for Division III girls. Early on here, Gwen Turner, the 9th grader out of Mission Viejo, leading the charge there. Looks like Lauren Gutierrez of La Mirada up towards the front there, along with Carolyn Dye of Santa Margarita. And so Heat 1, Division III girls, top 4 teams move on. We're going to get splits here momentarily as our leaders are approaching that 1 mile mark there on Stadium Way. Coming through that mile mark there, Jacqueline Soto of North Torrance, Carol Dye of Santa Margarita, Quinn Turner, the 9th grader out of Mission Viejo, Lauren Gutierrez of La Mirada. Those were the 4 that were up front, leading that chase pack, so to speak. They're that group from Santa Margarita, number 1 ranked in Division 3 and number 2 ranked in the state of California for the division. And they're going to be coming across with 5 early on. A little time gap there, about only 8 seconds separating their scoring 5. La Mirada and Mission Viejo now moving within striking range, along with South Pasadena. They were our top 4 seeds. So Soto, Dye, and Turner, that trio that's been up front all together. Gutierrez looking to lock on with those top 3. Meanwhile, Lana Thomas of Santa Margarita, Lauren Temple, Taryn Colston of Santa Margarita, right there with Liliana Perez of Mission Viejo. Anna McDonald of South Pasadena also right there as well. But Santa Margarita with all 7 in the top 12. South Pasadena also very impressive. But coming through that mile mark, team scores here, Santa Margarita at 26, La Mirada 71, Mission Viejo 78, South Pasadena at 97. And they have a 31-point advantage there over Wilson High School out of Hacienda Heights. So 31 points after the mile mark, with South Pasadena holding on to that 4th spot early on. And they're going to be working that U-turn of sorts there at the bottom of the airstrip, and then working their way back up towards the 2-mile mark. So it continues to be Soto, if you look on your screens there. Soto on your right, that's Dye in the middle of Santa Margarita, and Turner of Mission Viejo on your left. And Lauren Gutierrez of La Mirada now leading that chase group. And Alana Thomas leading her Eagles there from Santa Margarita. Meanwhile, Liliana Perez of Mission Viejo also right there with that group as they make that left turn down Stadium Way. And now to the back of Reservoir and to hit the 2-mile mark. So team scores again, our top 4 seeds right where they belong. Santa Margarita, La Mirada, Mission Viejo, and South Pasadena. So Jacqueline Soto of North Torrance continue to be right up front with Carolyn Dye. Soto was 4th at the Pioneer League Finals, tough league there. Meanwhile, Gwen Turner, one of the top girls in the Seaview League, they were 3rd, the Diablos of Mission Viejo, currently ranked 8th. And these three running right beside each other. And Turner on the inside there with Dye and Soto on her outside, the 9th grader. Now edging into the lead just ever so slightly here with 1 mile to go. Of course, Carolyn Dye, she was a state meet finalist a year ago in the 1,600 meters. And that trio from Santa Margarita leading Perez of Mission Viejo and Gutierrez of La Mirada now looking to hold on. But Santa Margarita, they're going to be our first squad with 5 across. Again, number 1 ranked in the division, number 2 in California. And Santa Margarita, they had 5 in the top 12 at the mile mark. Check out now 5 out of the top 11 at the 2 mile mark. Meanwhile, Mia Luna of Brea Olinda moving up there, and she's going to try to get into that top 6, maybe qualify as an individual. Speaking of individuals, Lauren Gutierrez of La Mirada right there in that 7th spot. It looks like La Mirada and Mission Viejo looking real strong right now, taking care of business in regards to qualifying as a team, as they both have all 5 scores across at the 2 mile mark. So as you see, if you're looking at the screen there, race number 2, Division III girls getting ready to go. Our leaders are coming down the airstrip. And it was Turner, the 9th grader, that was sticking right there with Dye. Remember, Dye ran 4:48 this past spring to take 9th place at the California State Meet. And Soto of North Torrance right there trying to qualify as an individual. She has kind of secured herself pretty good there. She sticks with those front 2, as she was at a 9-second advantage over Temple and Thomas of Santa Margarita in 4th and 5th. And Division 3 heat number 2, they're off. Our top seed in that race are our Coastal Canyon League champs, Oak Park. And right there also is Simi Valley. They're ranked number 7 in CIF. Number 10 ranked Monrovia. They were the Rio Hondo League champs. Moore Park, number 15th ranked. And South Hills, your Hacienda League champs, also one of the top squads to look for. They're in Heat 2. So our top leaders now have made that left turn into Guard Alley, and that's going to be Dye and Soto. They've kind of moved just ahead of Turner there of Mission Viejo. And Santa Margarita already with 5 girls that have passed the gauntlet. So Dye on your right side, Soto to her left, to her right. Meanwhile, Turner of Mission Viejo in touch there. They're at right now about 16-15. Guy and Soto mirrored images of one another here with 2:50 to go. The 9th grader Turner up for the task, and she is still, they're under 17 minutes. And Colston, Thomas, and Temple of Santa Margarita currently running 4, 5, and 6. Perez of Mission Viejo keeping in touch with those 3 Lady Eagles, so a lot of South Orange County being well represented here. That is Gutierrez of La Mirada that's now hitting the track. And so Di, we told you, she's gone under 2:14, she's gone 4:48 on the track, and just letting it loose just a little bit here to finish up with 50 meters to go. They're gonna be under 17:30. And Di, 17:28, and Soto, 17:30. Quinn Turner, Mission Viejo, 17:37. Colston, Thomas, Temple, and Santa Margarita doing whatever they needed to do to get through here. 17:48, very comfortable do as well. Perez of Mission Viejo. So Santa Margarita with 4 in the top 6. And there'll be 5 in the top 9. So nice little tune-up for next week's matchup against the likes of El Toro and Oak Park. Oak Park currently ranked number 2. They are currently on the course, coming close to the mile mark right now. And Santa Margarita with 6 in the top 10 to monopolize all the action up top there in this Heat 1 of Division III girls. La Mirada with their 5th across, and Mission Viejo now looking, they have 4 across. So it looks like no individuals will qualify there. It'll be all teams up top there in Heat 1 of Division III. And going back here in Heat 2, Cecilia Vasquez of Simi Valley taking that group through, but everybody right there along for the ride. 9 girls all within 3 seconds of each other up front, so a big nice pack in Heat 2 Division III girls. Reese Tampuro of Agora, Jenna Murray of Moore Park, Hizada of South Hills, Givens of Monrovia, Marino of Torrance, Dodd of Monrovia, Villanueva and Hoyle of South Hills, and Lambie. It looks like Oak Park girls going to run as a pack here early on in this race, very similar to what we saw their young men do when they qualified a little bit earlier. Oak Park with 6 girls all within 8 seconds of each other, running well. So Oak Park and South Hills, Monrovia, Simi Valley, and Moore Park, they're your 5 squads with 5 across thus far at the 1 mile mark in Heat 2. Going back to Heat 1, congratulations, Santa Margarita, top ranked. They will indeed move on rather easily. La Mirada coming through right now, scoring at 66, just ahead of Mission Viejo at 72. and South Pasadena. And Arroyo closing very well there over that last mile. And right now, only 1 point separates the Tigers of South Pasadena, Knights of Arroyo.
I got your whole finish.
So as we hold on there with South Pass and Arroyo only have a 1 point separate them, as we still got teams finishing. Going back to Heat 2, Oak Park with that pack style that they've employed here in Heat 2. They're at their 50 points, South Hill 62, Monrovia at 68, Simi Valley at 74, and Simi Valley now with a 32-point advantage over Moore Park for that fourth and final automatic qualifying spot. And now going back to Heat 1. This is unofficial, of course. These are fluid as we go. But Arroyo has now moved up to tie South Pasadena. And right now they sit with the faster sixth runner. So it may very well come down to the sixth runner on deciding whether Arroyo or South Pasadena will move on to next week's finals. So Jacqueline Soto, she does indeed qualify as an individual representing North Torrance, finds 17:30 effort. And again, we'll keep you going here, but watch out, Arroyo and South Pasadena. Right now, Arroyo sits as that fourth team moving on because of the sixth runner. So coming through the 2 mile mark here in Heat 2, Reese Tamburo of Agora, set 11:36. Cecilia Vasquez of Simi Valley also coming through, along with Jenna Murray of Moore Park. So it's Tamburo, Vasquez, and Murray all right there together with Sophia Gibbons of Monrovia. You got Cazada of South Hills, a little gap after that. Lydia Dodd of Monrovia. Then you got that nice pack there from Oak Park, led by Lambie and Patillo. Brown and Perez representing Oak Park. Oak Park coming in here ranked number 2 in the section, number 3 in California for Division III. And race 3 about to get off here in a couple seconds. And Division III, Heat 3, our young ladies are off and running. As we now have 4 more spots that are going to be taken. And remember, it finishes an individual moving on. If your team does not make it in those top 4, you can finish in the top 6 and move on. Going back to that Division III Heat 2, we got Oak Park and Monrovia, Simi Valley and South Hills, our top 4 seeds that are doing exactly what they were expecting to do. And right now, South Hills, the 36-point advantage over Moore Park for that last qualifying spot. And Reese Tamburo trying to make it as an individual. She was our leader at the 2-mile mark, coming through at 11:36. So our leaders now taking that last left turn into Guard Alley. Again, this is Heat 2, Division III girls. And Vasquez and Murray of Simi Valley and Moore Park still with her, along as Gubbins of Monrovia is right there with that group. And Gubbins is now taking the lead. Check that, that's Jenna Murray. And check that, looks like she may be wearing the wrong bib there, but that's Isla Terrell, the very talented 10th grader out of Monrovia. We've seen her roll on the oval in the 800 meters. But this is indeed Terrell of Monrovia that is moving here over the last 50 meters. She's going to be in the low 17s. And a young lady from Monrovia, 17:14.6 there. And Vasquez of Simi Valley finishing strong there at 17:23. Murray of Moore Park, 17:24. And Tamburo going to move on as an individual representing Agora. This is Lydia Dodd of Monrovia. And Cazada of South Hills and Oak Park making it look easy here. These are 4 girls. Perez, Lambie, Patillo, and Brown from Oak Park all crossing the line in unison. And what looked like a threshold workout there for the young ladies getting ready for next week's showdown with Santa Margarita and El Toro. So Oak Park qualifying easily here with 15 points thus far. Those 5 girls averaging 18-11. And looking here, we got Monrovia with 4 scores across, South Hills with 3. Now Simi Valley with their 5th runner coming across. So turning our attention over to Heat 3, they have already gone through the 1 mile. El Toro, they are ranked number 3. Oak Park, Santa Margarita, El Toro kind of switch positions throughout the season here. Palos Verdes, they may have something to say about this next weekend. They come across with their 5th score. And the Lady Monarchs of Mater Dei, they got all 5 of their girls across at the 2 mile mark. And now Thousand Oaks and Whittier jump into the game here. They also have 5 across. Quevedo of San Bernardino, your early leader there, but De La Rionda of Thousand Oaks right there with her. Schroeder and Gwyneth Williams of El Toro. Also right there within arm's reach with Kohu and Palos Verdes, and Lich of Bonita. Ava Crocker of El Toro also there in the top 10, along with Sapiora and Feldman of Mater Dei. Ward of Thousand Oaks gives them 2 in the top 7. Malashiva of Palos Verdes giving them 2 in the top 6. But at the mile mark, early on here, El Toro, Palos Verdes, Mater Dei, and Thousand Oaks occupying those top 4 spots. But Whittier only 6 points away from Thousand Oaks. So as we're wrapping up items here in this Division 2 race, or excuse me, Heat 2, Division 3, Oak Park, Monrovia, Simi Valley, they will move on. South Hills with a 35-point advantage over Moore Park. They look like they have qualified and moved on, taking that 4th spot there as well. Individually qualifying, looks like Jenna Murray of Moore Park will move on to next weekend. Reese Tamburo of Agora will also individually qualify on to next week's Division 3 finals. So Daily Rionda is now moved away from that group. She made the U-turn of sorts at the down at airstrip, and now has opened up about a 15-meter lead there over a very talented group there with Schroeder and Williams of El Toro, Kohu and Melishiva of Palos Verdes, Lich of Bonita in that group as well.
Leader just turned by the parking structure on.
So Thousand Oaks holding a 6-point advantage over Whittier. So definitely looking over their shoulders here midway through the race. Our leaders are now about to approach the 2-mile mark. They've now reached their way at the base of Stadium Way, making that left turn, and now they're going to be behind Reservoir. Our top seed coming into this race here was El Toro. El Toro ranked 3rd in this race. Palos Verdes ranked 6th overall in the section. Mater Dei 11 and Thousand Oaks 14. Speaking of Thousand Oaks, De La Rionda continuing to push forward and has now opened up even more of a lead here as she approaches the 2-mile mark. We're going to get a time on her right now at 11:35. And that whole group continuing to be right there with one another. And Williams, Schroeder, and Crocker all representing El Toro. Cipiora and Feldman of Mater Dei, Kohu and Melishiva of Palos Verdes. Lich of Bonita trying to move up in that group as well to try to qualify as an individual. Layla Ward of Thousand Oaks rounding out our top 10 there. Yeah, she's coming through at 11:52. And El Toro with their first team with 5 across. Palos Verdes, Mater Dei, Whittier. Now West Ranch moving up into there. They've got 5 across. Thousand Oaks with 4 across. This is at the 2-mile mark with De La Rionda at 11:35, 7 seconds ahead of Gwyneth Williams, Schroeder, and Crocker, all representing those Chargers of El Toro. Those Chargers actually ranked number 4 in California in this race. Palos Verdes ranked 10th in California. So right now we have some of the best teams in California for Division III in this race. And Heat 4 is off and running. Our final gun of the weekend here for the divisional Southern Section prelims.
Final race of the day just wrapped.
And De La Rionda maintaining that lead she's had all race long, but she's got a bunch of friends coming along for the ride there. Malashiva and Kohu looking content right there from Palos Verdes. That's Feldman of Mater Dei, but Superiora. Yeah, Mater Dei also charging fast there along with Williams, Schroeder, and Crocker of El Toro.
Runners are coming to you, Nick. Runners are coming to you. Stop. Bring the camp.
And De La Rionda not letting that lead go away. She's churning up her way up National Guard Alley there. And De La Rionda continue to be about a 10-meter lead here. That clock only at 16:10. A couple of these teams content to kind of pack run like you're seeing from El Toro right now with Williams, Schroeder, and Crocker. And Williams of El Toro, Superiora of Mater Dei in third. Crocker and Schroeder of El Toro right there in fourth and fifth. Now Kohu and Malashiva pulling alongside them. Palos Verdes and El Toro easily expected to make it on to next weekend, but Maggie De La Rionda took over this race about midway through, and she has not looked back here, and she is only at 17 minutes right now, so she'll be well under 17:30. Williams and Superiora. Crocker, now Kohu and Matashiva going to move on up. Everybody with a last surge there, improving their resumes and getting under 17:30. So De La Rionda, Thousand Oaks, 17:21. Kohu of Palos Verdes is 17:28. Williams is 17:23. Superiora of Mater Dei 17:25. That's Feldman coming across there at 17:42. Crocker and Schroeder at 17:28. Ryan Lynch of Bonita, 17:56, take ninth. Layla Ward of Thousand Oaks at 18:13. Looks like Thousand Oaks, El Toro, Mater Dei, and Palos Verdes moving on as a team. So therefore, there will be no individuals that move on. But we'll wait as we're going to anticipate which team El Toro will be most likely to get their 5th across, and indeed they just did so. Palos Verdes, Mater Dei, and Thousand Oaks, they occupied those 2, 3, 4 spots for qualifying on to next weekend. And our final heat of the weekend is on the course right now. They have just come through the 1 mile mark. Becky Osorio of West Covina leading that charge. But Wroblewski of Yorba Linda, Tuttle of San Marcos right there alongside her. Espiritu of West Torrance, Hernandez of San Marcos. Washburn of Burroughs out of Ridgecrest also in that top 6. Cruz, Hendricks, and Wynn of Pacifica of Garden Grove also occupying the top 10 spots. So Yorba Linda with a slight advantage there at the mile mark in heat 4. San Marcos is 2nd, Pacifica, Garden Grove in 3rd, West Torrance in 4th. And of course, West Torrance trying to keep that last spot to automatically qualify on to next week. They have a 38-point advantage over Corona Del Mar. So congratulations, El Toro. They were your number 1 seed. They have advanced. Palos Verdes and Mater Dei will also easily move on. Right now, all eyes on that 4th spot. Whittier right now occupies it with West Ranch and Thousand Oaks. Now Thousand Oaks with their 5th across, but Whittier, they have now moved up to 4th place there. They were 6 points behind at the 1 mile mark. They moved a 5-point advantage at the 2 mile mark. And right now they hold a 7-point advantage over Thousand Oaks for that final spot in Heat 3. So congratulations to El Toro, Mater Dei, and Palos Verdes. The one individual moving on will be Maggie De La Rionda, our winner of there, that's representing Thousand Oaks.
Making the turn by the structure onto the road.
Osorio, Wroblewski, and Tuttle, they have moved away from the whole pack group there, those 3 now out front. Meanwhile, Espiritu of West Torrance, Hernandez of San Marcos, Washburn of Burroughs with that lead, that chase group. And Becky Osorio, West Covina, leading the charge, trying to qualify as an individual. Wroblewski, the fine 800-meter runner. She was a state meet qualifier a year ago, 2:11 on her resume. From Yorba Linda, right there in second. Osorio and Wroblewski, 11:31 for Osorio. Wroblewski, Yorba Linda, 11:32. Tuttle of San Marcos, much improved squad there out of Ventura County, 11:37. Espiritu of West Torrance at 11:39. And a little gap after that, we had Hernandez of San Marcos. San Marcos with 2 in the top 5. Nice way to start the scoring off there. Eve Washburn out of Burroughs coming to us all the way from Ridgecrest. She came through at 11:48. And Sierra Cruz of Pacifica out of Garden Grove leading her group through. She came through at 7th. And San Marcos, our first squad with 5 scores across, as Autumn Richardson of San Marcos at 12:15. And her teammate Chahub and Llewellyn also rounding out the top 10. So San Marcos really rolling here midway through, as they had 5 in the top 10 at the 2-mile mark.
Copy.
For you, Rob.
At the 2-mile mark, San Marcos in full control there. Yorba Linda coming in as our number 1 seed. And they come through at 69 points. Pacifica Garden Grove at 70. West Torrance at 87. And Correa Del Mar at 127. So West Torrance with a 40-point advantage here going into the last mile. With San Marcos with 5 in the top 10, scoring 30 thus far. Osorio continue to be your leader. Wroblewski of Yorba Linda there in second.
Rob, you're clear.
And our leaders now passing the gauntlet, about to make that last left turn into Guard Alley. Osorio's been your leader all throughout with the motivation of qualifying as an individual once again. And she'll be heading off to the University of Tulane University in the fall. And Osorio is going to hit the track under 16:15. That clock right now at 16:15. And Wroblewski of Yorba Linda right there in second. So Osorio and Wroblewski, they're going to be our first ones to try to get out of this rain here in this last heat of Division III girls. Yorba Linda and San Marcos, they were your top two seeds coming into this race. And right now in our top two spots, now Tuttle of San Marcos, suspended to of West Torrance, now onto the track. Osorio, very impressive here, 17:19. Wroblewski very comfortably crossing here at 17:27. And Tuttle leading the charge there for San Marcos at 17:37. Espiritu of West Torrance coming through at 17:41. Eve Washburn of Burroughs out of Ridgecrest. Sophia Hernandez closing well there for San Marcos, both getting under 18 minutes. And Richardson of San Marcos finishing strong as well, as San Marcos completely owning this race. Again, one of the more improved squads we've seen here in the Southern section, and putting on a show here in this final section of Division III. And Yorba Linda very comfortable there, crossing their 2, 3, and 4 scores. So San Marcos, as we saw at the 2 mile. And Pacifica of Garden Grove looking like they punched their ticket forward onto the Division III Finals. And West Torrance also with their 5th across. So our top 4 seeds right now lining up that exact same way in San Marcos, Yorba Linda, Pacifica, Garden Grove, and West Torrance. And El Medina, Corona Del Mar now with their 5th across, but it's a pretty good advantage there. 32 points between West Torrance and Corona Del Mar. So congratulations, San Marcos, Yorba Linda, Pacifica, and West Torrance. Individually, it looks like indeed Eve Washburn will move on as an individual. As well, the winner there, Becky Osorio. And I thank all of you for joining us here this afternoon. We look forward to seeing all of you again next week at the Southern Section Cross Country Championships. If those of you that aren't able to join us, of course, HD Runners will be providing all this incredible live coverage that you've been able to see this morning. All you got to do is go to YouTube, look up HD Runners, and they'll be right there. Also, thank you to Finish Results. We're doing all the timing here this afternoon. And, of course, everybody here at Mt SAC that helped make it together. and also the CIF crew. Keith Chan is meet director and just really enduring all the conditions that we went through here today with the rain. So thank you again, and you guys all have a great, safe drive home.
Hey, Bruce. Here's the DJI. Okay. And then check the Google Sheet and put your name on 2 raisins.
Racing.